Y'all ready for this?
Do 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 do.
She's rolling.
I'm just here.
She's just there. Chonk loves chat. Oh, look at that. Welcome in, everybody.
Oh.
Welcome, new chatters. How Mal? It's good to see you guys. Appreciate y'all coming in. We need to hit you guys up on Discord here pretty soon for a certain something. But yeah, welcome in, guys. We're on our 68th episode of the Isles in the Mist Dungeons and Dragons campaign. And oh my goodness, we're getting in the thick of it. How is everybody tonight?
Into the thick of it.
We gotta do the intros, right? So hi guys, this is Storm Saga Games, otherwise colloquially known as Stormkeep. I am StormyD, your humble host, dungeon master, and all-around crazy voice guy. Rolling around to my right, that sexy sweater bearded god over there. Yeah, the one who doesn't know who I'm talking about. I don't think she has a beard, dude.
I do, it's right here.
That's right, you can touch it anytime you want.
Mine.
That's a lie.
That is also, yeah, that is a lie, but.
Hello everybody, extirpatefate, or you can just call me Fate. I am playing Lorkris, the Goliath, who is an Oathbreaker Paladin of Valora and the Path of the Grave Cleric of Weejas. He also has a Guar.
He's a guar.
A Guar, who is a white
An
dire
adorable
wolf.
Awoo.
A woo.
Yes.
Ow woo woo.
Awoo.
Ow woo woo woo. Ow woo.
And that cute little Doge lady speaker over there is.
Ow. 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 Woo woo woo.
Nothing about that has to do with who she is or her character.
No.
Just as an
Well, yeah,
FYI.
no. Actually, I kind of imagined she was.
Kind of, but like that's
She was
such a
introducing
basic-
herself, but she forgot that she was in Fern
I-
voice talking to animals. Yep.
Yeah, I was talking to Guar, and then I forgot I had to switch to common for you guys.
Listen, no,
You know?
we're not fooled here that Awoo needs to have a Fern accent.
Ow woo.
There it is.
There it is.
I'm Druid IRL, and I play Fern, who's a wood elf, Circle of Spores druid, and this is Chonkapillar. All hail Chonkapillar. We love Chonkapillar.
We do.
Chonkapillar is strong.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh, come on, camera. Come back to us.
Catch up, camera.
It got stuck.
Yeah. Why did it get stuck? Because somebody
There it
keeps
goes. And last
Hello.
but not least.
Hello, OMG, it's Robo Ninja. It's good to see you. And I do have to say, at least she was speaking in Guar's tongue instead of speaking in tree tongue.
That is true.
Yeah.
Yep.
I can do that at will now, though.
I mean, wouldn't all you have to do is bark?
But hello, everybody. I am itsStarkitty. I am playing Emillynn Ray, the war bard of the party leader, and she's a half-elf College of the Battlesinger bard. And this is Philip.
We love Philip.
We do.
Philip loves everybody,
Philip is a goat.
but
Yes.
Philip loves
All
Lorkris
hail.
the most.
All hail Philip.
Sometimes Emillynn gets slightly jealous because, you know, Philip loves Lorkris more.
Nope. That's not true. You got to quit making up stuff in your head.
Yes, well, you know, that kind of stuff goes through Emmelynn's head because, you know, after last week's session.
Speaking of,
Yeah.
let's talk about
But
that.
chat, Philip loves you.
Yes. Oh, freaking Warbard. That's right.
Yes, that's because
Listen, she is this most powerful war bard ever. She is the most powerful person on this whole entire planet.
That's a bit extreme.
And you have to, like, you know, worship her. She's the best.
I got the title War Bard because this happened off stream. when my character first took out Fern and Lorkris on our first mission, we were fighting goblins, and I was taking on like 2 of them at once.
No, you were surrounded by 4.
I was surrounded by 4? Oh,
There
okay.
was a lot of them.
See, I'm trying not to exaggerate,
a
but
lot.
apparently.
At the time, it was a lot.
It was.
Yeah.
It was so many, we were like babies.
Yeah, I think we were like, what, level 2, level 3?
We were level 3.
Level 3.
Level
Yeah.
3. I was surrounded by goblins, and I held my ground.
With her rapier,
Yep,
Yeah.
she ganked them gobos.
yep. Which surprised both
plenty
of
of-
them, because, you know, I'm a bard. Bards don't do that kind of stuff. And here I am going, stab, stab, get away from me.
That's right.
Yep, and then we went and found Rylar.
They did. Rylar is the primary NPC that joins the party on their adventures. He's part of their family as well.
Yeah.
And so yeah, that's the intro for us and who we are. Please, guys, if you're on the YouTubes, like and subscribe, comment below. We appreciate your interactivity.
And shout out to Banana Tom, who designed Philip here.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
Indeed.
Chat?
Yeah. I don't know. I was like, it's for chat, and as I was typing, and there you go.
Oh, look at that.
It's
Thank
an
you.
age versus. Okay. It's just whatever.
So, that's the intro of us.
Oh, Colonel, you like playing bards, huh?
Right on. Yeah, bards are fun. They're great. So let's give you folks a recap of last week. Wow. The shite hit the fan last week. The party members. This was the longest combat sequence that the players had ever encountered in the 67 episodes that we had. And it was literally 2.5 sessions of combat. And that's not a normal thing necessarily, but I wanted this particular group to experience their own Kobayashi Maru. If you guys know the Star Trek vernacular. But, and also because the characters went through their own kind of, it was a special trial, so to speak, their own kind of, crucible, as it were. And they gained some powerful insights and powerful powers because of what they went through. But they had to use those powers to escape, not conquer. They made the wise choice to not try and fight to the death. Instead, they made the choice to run away. What is that? Live to fight another day by running away? So, well done, you guys. Made the wise calls. They were surrounded by, I believe it was like 75 skeletons. They were just regular skeletons, but 75 skeletons. They were also surrounded by 4 bone claws and 2 deathlock masterminds, 2 deathlocks, and 2 deathlock wraiths. And finally, the deathlock summoned a death knight, who happened to be their very own recurring villain, Shiny Shoes.
Shiny Shoes.
Who was a hobgoblin that they had hobbled twice before with the spike growth spell long ago. But now returned from the dead, raised and turned, his hatred for them turned into power, has become a death knight and created into a death knight by this undead civilization known as the Triumvirate. And yeah, that's what was happening to them. They were basically, up Poop Creek and trying to paddle with their tongues. It was that bad. But no, seriously, they.
Sorry. God.
Yeah. So they, luckily though, Rylar's entity that is possessing him, the Bunkai, who Rylar calls Bunky, it was able to connect to them, harmonize with their internal kind of frequency, life frequency, because of the golden thread of fate connecting them all. And it was actually able to awaken latent future powers in the present. There were some costs to that. They became exhausted. Rylar basically was stunned for several rounds. And there may potentially be other consequences. They're not sure, but they got some powerful new abilities. We're going to be doing a role play tonight. One of the abilities that they got was a special pocket dimension portal that Emillynn Ray was able to. Thanks.
I see you, Banana Tom. I see you.
I'm trying not to see. Trying not to see, BT. But
I'm trying to process what you're saying.
Oh, you had to go there, didn't you? You just had to do it. You had to do it. It's all right. They used her special new power at the last second. Well, they used it, and it took 5 rounds for it to activate. So they had to survive in their little stone hut that they had created. They were wise enough that when they camped in the middle of this undead wasteland, this undead field, this giant ancient battlefield surrounded by dead things, they were wise enough to create this stone wall, little mini kind of hovel, to protect themselves. It was a good call. Of course, it also locked them in place. But regardless, when Emillynn Ray's power awakened, it allowed her to create a pocket dimension that they escaped into, that is undetectable and undispellable. And so that's the way they were able to get away. They were completely surrounded. Bone Claws had entered the building. The Death Knight had broken through the wall. Things were looking grim, but they noped out of there. And it was the right thing to do. So that's where we're at. And next, what we're going to do is get a recap from each of them. Not a recap. We don't do recaps per se, other than what I just gave you guys. But we do where I ask the players to let me know what stood out most to their character about the encounter last week, and we do that randomly. So let's do that now. You guys ready?
Thank you, Banana Tom.
You did. Oh, thanks, BT. Well, they do that.
Poop.
We're children.
All right, let's get into the shit of it. Here we go.
Into the shit of it.
Okay, that's you.
Me?
Fern goes first.
Yeah, into the shit of it. Go.
Hello, old man Garrus.
Hello, greetings.
Old man Garrus. Hello. Okay, you guys, so it was weird seeing shiny shoes again, and I didn't like it. And it was like one of those things where I think he should be mad more at himself than at us, because he did attack us first, and we were just defending ourselves. So I feel like his anger is very misplaced. And I'm pretty sure he's not going to change his mind, though. But I think it's pretty cool that we have our own pocket dimension now. Even though we almost died. It was a weird thing. And it's weird to see Miss Ray cry. Anyways, now we have a house.
All right. Thank you.
My apologies, old man Garrus. I'm waiting for the caffeine to kick in.
Yep. Okay. Aries. Can't hold a monster water bottle. All right.
Are you talking about a monster in the shape of a water bottle?
No, they're picking on me for my water bottle.
Are you talking
They're
about
trying to tell me this is small.
a water bottle that's filled with the monster drink, energy drink?
Since it's my spell, I can designate who I want in there. So.
All right. Since you can designate who you want in there, you can also tell the folks what stood out most to your character last week.
Stood out most to my character last week. So, the last time Emillynn has ever been this terrified of something she's been a part of was when she fell into that area before she found Philip. It was the last time she's ever been this terrified about anything. And normally when she gets terrified, once the terrifying thing goes away, she starts crying. And this is why. She is crying, she's ugly crying and hugging Philip.
Well, no, don't forget Fern did crawl into your lap and stuff and shoved Chonkapillar into your face as well. She was trying to make you feel better.
But yeah, give her about an hour, give Emillynn about an hour and she'll be fine, but yeah. Because she did that too when her and Philip found a way out of that area that they were in. So, yeah, Shiny Shoes is back. Oh my god, we're gonna have to fight Shiny Shoes. Again. It's what, the third time? Fourth time? Fifth time?
Third time.
Third? Yeah. Well, I mean, this was the third encounter, so we'll be encountering him again.
True, the next time would be the fourth time, right.
But yes, what stood out to Emillynn the most is we freaking survived somehow. But I don't want to leave this temporary place, but I know it's going to kick us out eventually.
Right on. Okay.
Yeah.
Lorkris.
Just
John
ain't
Cena!
nothing there, man.
When we last left off with Lorkris, he walked in and he was like hunched over going,
Yeah. It's just shiny shoes. Oh shit. Yeah. Hey, bud. I never wanted to see you again. I hope he's still there. No, I don't. I hope it worked though. But I don't want him to be there. Maybe I should have just destroyed those skeletons like I did the first time. That was probably the smart move. Didn't think he'd take them back. We just would be disappointed in that tactical error. Panic? That's it.
Gotcha. All right. Matching in color, but not exactly style. I think hers has a
yeah, mine's got a
graphic
little
on it.
kitty on it.
Yeah. This is like generic. I don't normally grab the generic one. I usually grab the D&D one. I screwed up, guys. I apologize.
Yeah, you should see his D&D mug.
We got two. I'll do that real quick, and then I'll give you guys Rylar's recap. So this is the favorite one I use from time to time, the metal skull one. That's a great one. I love you very much. So
I love you very much.
This one's fun. This one's fun. And
So yeah, it's got that one.
and then this StarkItty got me both of them. Where'd the other one? It need to be. Oh, it's probably in the washing machine. Luckily, I washed it.
Second one is his Carpe Diem.
Carpe DM.
Seize the DM.
She seizes me all the
Love it.
time. Oh, that's a cool one. I like that.
Yep. And of course, we've got this other one here too. This is a goblet.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. All right. So for Rylar, what stood out most to Rylar last week?
Guys, he remembered.
What did I remember?
You remember to Rylar's perspective without having us go, hey.
What stood out most to Rylar last week was that he had these thoughts in his head that were just kind of there that let him kind of communicate. It was like he had a memory of a conversation where he was talking, but it wasn't really him. And so it was very confusing to him, but somehow or another he was able to understand it, and it was basically Bunky talking within him to him. And he's super happy that Bunky helped out, because so far up to now, you know, he hasn't been too sure about what, you know, what Bunky inside of him is all about. I mean, you know, he goes based upon what you guys told him, but he didn't get to experience himself when he's taken over by the Bunkai entity. So,
Thank you for the lurk.
thank you for the luck. So, yeah, he was also like Miss Ray, terrified. He was thinking that like up until Bunky talked to him, he's the other thing that stood out to him is how much it calmed him down that Bunky talked to him, because he was absolutely terrified that all of you guys were going to die, and that what really scared him most was he thought you guys were going to die before him, and that he'd have to die after you guys, and that just kind of really scared him, and he didn't like that thought. But Bunky comforted him. That's literally how he said it to himself in his head. He comforted him, and now you guys have special powers, and he's like super happy about that. Well, he know, and you all know about it because of the telepathic connection, and so yeah, that's what stood out to him. And is there anything else anybody wants to add that I might have missed?
What did Guar think?
Yummy bones, scary situation. Glad that he could run away, because it would have been fun to fight, but he didn't. He was afraid that things were bad. But you know, Guar. Think of it in terms of Guar's thinking is greatly reduced and muddled to the point where, like, it's very similar. He still has human intelligence, but it's still very muddled. And he's also a kid, so.
Yep, we are just taking some random kid that is a wolf to uncharted territories
A
with
horse-sized wolf.
zombies.
A horse-sized wolf.
You know?
The big boy.
Okay, so with that, since we've given everybody the recap, I appreciate you all for coming tonight. We're going to go chat dark next for the role playing and anything else that goes on. Don't worry though, we will actually come back to chat for the intermission, and then for the at the end of the session tonight at 9:30 Central Time. For that, that'll be the end of the session. We try and have the intermission roughly in the middle. And also, if anybody raids in, we'll briefly say hello to the raiders. So, thank you guys for joining us. Enjoy the show.
Goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye.
Wait a minute, we're not saying goodbye yet.
I
Is that the end of stream?
That's right.
It just was one of those things, you know, word vomit. So big.
All
We
right.
had to fix this scene.
We what?
We had to fix this scene.
We do?
We are too big.
Well, it's because you're closer to the camera. His size is perfect to ours, relative to ours.
Yeah. She's just not used to being so big.
If you don't want me to use this one, I'll go back to RP scene.
No, it's fine.
Okay. I mean, we'll go on this one for a little bit, and then we'll go back to RP scene so people can see the map and stuff like that. Actually, you know, I just realized. Yeah, no, this will be good for now, and then there's a perfect time to switch to the RP scene and the reason why. So, okay, you guys have collapsed into this space, this warm, cozy, wonderful space. It's one of the nicest looking tavern inns you've ever seen. For it's although it's small and cozy, but it's got a really cozy fireplace off to the right, or excuse me, just ahead of from where you guys entered the space, and then over to the and it's not just a regular fireplace. It's a great big one, nice and warm, and then over to the right there is a stage with a couple of different instruments kind of displayed, like a harp, and you know, like a stand for a violin, and you know, a little one of those little medieval style pianos over there. I forget what they're called, but and then, you know, there's cozy couches and chairs and pillows around it, and where people can kind of sit there in front of the little rounded stage. And then off the same wall where the fireplace is, there is a doorway leading off to what looks like a kitchen. And that kitchen also has, so it's like one of those fireplaces that's double-sided, where it's, you know, this room gets to experience it, and then the other side is used by the kitchen for cooking. And then you can already smell. No, you wouldn't smell food yet because you haven't made any food yet. Never mind. But then over to the left, the wall on the left has two doors leading down two hallways, and there appear to be, you know, doors and rooms off to the side, two on each side of the halls, and this dark colored oak filigree covers all of the doors and doorways, and it's just the very kind of classic rustic kind of cozy inn style. So Emillynn Ray is squeezing Philip, and his little tongue is sticking out, and his eyes are going wide. And Shankapillar is crawling on her shoulder, and Fern is curled up next to her, and Lorkris is practically on his knees, bent over, kind of hunched over, and Rylar is staring at the wall behind you guys where the door was that doesn't exist anymore because it closed behind you all, and he's just like kind of marveling at it all. You know, Guar is kind of licking Lorkris's hand because he senses Lorkris's stress, and Shankapillar is making meep meep sounds to try and comfort Miss Ray. And to break the moment, he pops into butterfly form and flutters around and lands on Miss Ray's nose.
Right on your nose. I'm going to grab Miss Ray's hands.
Oh, if she's grabbing my hands, I'm releasing Philip.
Philip's like, I can breathe now, thank you.
You were kind of choking. You were kind of like squishing him a lot. Miss Ray.
Still sobbing. I'm still crying. I can't talk.
Miss Ray, you did so good. You knew that we would make it out. We would be fine.
Miss Rylar says, Miss Ray, why are you crying so much? Are you okay?
There were a lot of zombies out there, so I'm not surprised that she's like very upset.
Really?
Are you upset too, Rylar?
I didn't see any zombies out there.
Skeleton zombies, you know. Tomato, tomato. They were all undead.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay, but what's a tomato?
It's a tomato.
Is it a special?
Tomato.
Is it a special kind of tomato?
It's the green kind of tomato. It is the kind of tomato before it turns red or orange or yellow or whatever color is the green before that.
Blue.
Sorry, I cracked up from Lorkris' face.
No,
Or was
he
that
said
was that
blue.
Fate's face or was that Lord?
No, that was a fate face. Making me break character.
Rylar
I was
says,
making up a fib.
so, I guess I sort of understand. I have this memory that, like, what is this place that we're in? I don't understand.
Miss Ray made it.
She got some new power that lets her makes it.
Rylar, don't you remember what Bonkai said? Or Bonky said?
Oh yeah, that's right. Still though, it's like, it's weird to me that we're like in this other place. It's inside the wall of that, you know, where we were at.
The walls that I built.
It's like that place we were in when we fought that big fat eyeball thing. The beloader.
Well, I'm not surprised that Miss Ray was smart enough to be able to figure out how to do this. She read all of the notes and then took notes. So obviously she's going to remember. So of course, future her was going to figure it out. Because Miss Ray's so smart and stuff.
Well, that's true. That's true for sure. Are you okay, Lorkris? You're looking kind of pale. You're usually already pale. And
You're also looking a little gaunt.
Philip goes, yeah, what's up, man? You were holding your ground. You were doing your damnedest. I give you big props, buddy. You're doing so good. You know, even though we were all about to bite the big one for sure. You know.
No, we weren't.
Oh no, you guys were toast, absolutely. It was,
No.
Yep.
We would have found a way out.
This was the way out, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty damn sure.
And we found it. We got there. Anyways, how are you?
I don't get you at all.
I know.
I'm okay. I guess.
You don't look okay. You're kind of wounded there, boss. Says Rylar.
Listen, I'm just glad I didn't have another hole put through my chest by a bone claw.
That is very true.
So I'll take that as a win.
Well, so who is that scary knight guy? He looked familiar to me.
Oh, you didn't recognize Shiny Shoes?
Oh, wait, that was Shiny Shoes? The hobgoblin guy that got hanged?
Uh-huh.
Wait,
Yeah.
how is he back?
Well, he was brought back from the dead.
Yeah.
Do you
Well-
remember the blue lights that we would see? I would see, I was the only one,
Yeah, I don't know what blue light you're talking about.
it would end your life.
I remember Miss Fern.
Well, that's the, the first time I saw that, and that was when they probably took his body.
The first time?
One of the first times.
One of the first times. I
Oh.
don't remember now. I saw them.
That's fair.
It's been a very long time.
So Rylar comes over and crouches down in front of you and looks at you like this.
Miss Ray is sitting on the floor like this now.
So Rylar gets right in front of you, crouches down, looks right in your eyes, and says, "It's gonna be okay now, Miss Ray. You saved us. Thank you. We're gonna be okay now."
Because you're so smart and wonderful. But let her cry. She has to get it out of her system.
Oh, okay.
It's gonna be worse if we try to make her stop.
Okay.
So we should go make her food.
Oh,
when
that's a
she's
great
done.
idea. That's a great idea. We,
And then what would, Guar, what would probably be very helpful too was if you snuggle up next to her and have a little, make a little dog bed. You're so soft and fluffy now. And then we just tuck Miss Ray into like the little nook of Guar. And then we give her Philip and then Chonkapillar. And we all just pile her full of cute things. Guar.
Guar goes wide-eyed when you suggest this. He looks kind of scared and nervous at this idea, but he also kind of whines a little and has this look on his face, and he comes over to Miss Ray and gives her a nudge and a little lick on her cheek.
That's good. That's good enough. Okay, let's go make food.
Okay, let's go. Philip says, you did great back there, Lorkris. You look like you're getting ready to puke, though. You better like, sit down or something.
Yeah. Lorkris will, just for the moment, go to wander off down the hall with the 4 doors and find a room. Whichever one is either designated as mine, or if they're all identical, he'll just pick one.
They're all identical.
Yeah, so he'll probably pick the furthest one. Doesn't
Okay.
matter if it's left or right.
Yeah.
Just the furthest one down the hall.
Okay.
And as he goes by, if Guar chooses to follow, that's fine. If he chooses to stay, that's fine. But as he walks by, he kind of like scratches Guar, like gives him like that like affirmative, like good contact, and then lay on hands for 15 HP to bring him back to
Are you gonna lay on hands, Guar, or yourself?
Guar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because he took some damage. He's been a good boy.
Not
boy.
surprising.
Yeah.
You would pick the Doge first.
Yeah.
The puppers.
So that'll pull him back to full health. He's only lost 15, so I give him 15.
Okay.
And then I just meander on off and slowly just take off my gear. Just kind of ponder for a little bit before coming back out, getting everybody their space.
Gotcha. All right. Well, you hang out in the room, taking off your gear takes some time. By the way, it turns out that we had the rules wrong on that, but I'm going to stick with our house rule. Technically, it's supposed to take 10 minutes to don or doff heavy armor, not 1 minute. But and also when somebody helps, you can only reduce the time by half, I think, something like that.
Breastplate is medium armor, not heavy armor.
I think actually either, I don't think it differentiates medium or heavy. I could be wrong, but it doesn't matter. I like our house rule. We're gonna stick with it. It takes 1 minute to don or doff armor, and then each person that helps up to 3 max reduces it by a quarter, so you can get it done in a round if 4 people are doing it. So,
Cool.
it may not be realistic, but fun trumps realism.
I like it.
I think that works.
Fun
All right,
trumps
moving on.
realism.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. So I spent some time in there, and
Okay, so you take some time, then you're relaxing, gathering your thoughts, processing, and
I think one of the first things I would do though is like as I'm taking off all my gear for the moment, I'll hold my hands close to my face and see if I can detect whether my eyes are still flickering.
well, I guess
Like,
I didn't mean to imply that they're like flickering, like there's some sort of. It's just that they're so flamey now. You know, it's beyond more than just a glow. They're like a candle, and so it flickers because the lighting flickers from. Is that what you meant? It's like
Yeah. See,
okay, yeah.
it-
It's just this kind of this flaming coming out, so it kind of creates its own small light source, not very far, you know, just out to a couple of feet, but not even a couple of feet, maybe 6 inches.
maybe
So
arm's
yes,
length.
it does.
Yeah.
It does kind of highlight, glow the inside of your helmet. But you still have that sense that you have this ability to be able to, you know, turn it off if you want to. You get the sense that maybe certain emotional situations might reactivate it accidentally, you know, involuntarily. But if you were uncomfortable with it in a setting of, you know, like back in town or something, if you're uncomfortable with it, you could use that special ability to turn it off.
Gotcha. Okay.
Turning it off, that's the wrong way of putting it. It's more of a suppression. You suppress it.
Yeah. I mean, I do have thaumaturgy. I could arguably.
Right.
Yeah. Cool.
So it's just you and Philip and Chonkapillar and Guar. And Guar, he slowly sits down next to you. You can tell his back hind legs are shaking, but he does sit next to you. He kind of forces himself to be a fluffy, fuzzy, puppy for you.
Good job, Guar.
He wags his tail a little bit.
I look
You
over
just
at-
hear.
Huh? What? Oh, I said,
You can just hear Fern in the kitchen bossing around Rylar.
Yeah. And Rylar is fine with it. Every time you guys cook together and or you know, search and hunt together, forage and hunt together, he likes that bossy side of you.
I'm sure you guys are having fun exploring the kitchen and finding out where everything is.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're surprised
yeah.
at how well decked out this kitchen is. It's got any kind of cooking utensil you would need. It's got a spice rack, you know, with, you know, not like, you know, a medieval style spice rack with actual spices that can keep over time, and which is kind of surprising that somehow or another.
Is there like salted meats hiding anywhere?
No. There's no actual foodstuffs, just stuff that could keep indefinitely, as it were. Like I said, certain kinds of spices that keep indefinitely, and.
So is there like stuff to make like bread or anything, or like oatmeal? Can I
Yeah, I
just
suppose there'll be
materialize
some
food
dried
out
good
of
type
nowhere?
things there. Yeah. For the most part, though, you know, you could use the stuff that you guys put in your packs. You know, but this also means that you could devote some space to in the future. You know, well, I mean, depending on what the future's like, but you know, you could devote some storage space in one of your, you know, bags of holding or your handy haversacks or something, so that you could carry more foodstuffs for more cooking and stuff.
I would think if my
Just whole pots
character,
of plants.
I would think if my character is creating this from her future self is giving this to her, he would have at least had like a bag of holding with some like meats in it somewhere in the kitchen.
Well, it's not that this is literally coming, something that's coming from the future. What's happened is that you had the potential to awaken this power in the future. All he did was accelerate that within you.
Oh, okay.
And so you created what you were able to create right now, right? With your own, your kind of instantaneous imagination, the first comfiest, coziest place that came to mind. The potential for this is that maybe you might be able to reshape the space in different ways in the future.
Okay. Well.
But,
Anyway, so Fern is gonna make pancakes.
That's an easy one. Okay.
So while they're in there cooking and Lorkris is doing his own thing, after about 10 minutes, Emillynn starts to calm down a little, but she's still like, can't talk. So she looks over at Guar. And she just kind of acknowledges his presence and sighs. She gets up. She walks over to the stage, pulls out her violin, and just starts playing something to calm her down even more.
You all start, from where you're at, you all start hearing her playing her violin. And what sort of piece is it?
Well, she's pretty much closing her eyes, playing from her heart, so she is trying her darndest to play that natural order song. Slow, in a slow pace. Not how she's normally been playing it, but a lot slower.
Gotcha. You guys hear her playing that, and it's different and unique. And you could tell that, there are a few times when she still doesn't quite have it yet. It seems like maybe it's impossible, or at least for now, who knows? But she comes super close, there's something mystical about it. And she's definitely trying. She's trying to slow down the tempo to see if that makes a difference. It doesn't necessarily, you find, but it doesn't frustrate you because it's something you can focus your mind on and to help you. I'm going to use the P word, to help you process what you went through. Are you clipping it?
No, I'm tallying it.
Oh, okay, all right.
I have a tally somewhere.
So, knowing BT, he probably did. Anywho, so you are. It is very comforting to you, and for multiple different reasons. The song itself, the fact that it's allowing you to focus your mind on something else, and to focus on something that you love. How do you guys all kind of pause what you're doing? I mean, you're already done taking your armor, getting comfy, and you're close to coming out anyway. So if it's all right with you, Lorkris, I'll say that you're drawn out by the song, and you're standing in the doorway, watching and listening. And Rylar hears this, and he tugs on Fern, and Fern's like, and basically he's kind of, you all stop what you're doing briefly.
I told you, Rylar, she just needed some time.
And he's like, well, then we should definitely finish what we're cooking. So, we'll have something tasty for her to have when she's done playing.
Absolutely. That's why we're making pancakes.
Ooh, that's good. That's what do they call that? A comfort food?
Oh, yeah. There's totally dried berries, yeah?
Yeah.
Dried berries.
Well, I mean, I got dried berries in my pack.
Yeah. So we're gonna make like a sauce that we could pour over the top with it.
Ooh. Okay.
And we're gonna add cinnamon and a little
The
extra
character, she
sugar.
wants pancakes now. Thank you.
There's only one way I'll accept pancakes. Stormer's got to wear the outfit. canon. It's the only way I think any one of us can enjoy them.
I won't be making them though.
Doesn't matter.
Okay. Anywho, all right.
If you know, you know, chat.
You know.
Hashtag storm cakes.
Okay.
God.
So with that, eventually, Lorkris sits down. They get done cooking, bring the pancakes out, and you finish that song, at least to the point where you feel like it's a finish, as it were, because again, you're still perfecting it. And you all come together quietly and eat your food. Oh, I did forget to mention that in this space there's also, a round table, a beautiful round oak wood table for people to sit around, for you guys to sit around and eat in, over in the corner space to the right of where you come in through the door. And yeah, you guys sit around and quietly eat and enjoy your food and just kind of relax and rest. And then it's up to you guys. Tell me what you do next after that.
Well, Fern is not quietly eating and relaxing. She's telling everybody step by step how she made pancakes.
Oh, okay.
The whole time they're eating them.
Okay. And after you guys are done eating, now what?
So I'm gonna go run to the potty really quick.
So at the end
drink
of that,
my coffee too fast.
yeah, at the end of the. Oh, you're talking about you actually has to go. I thought she was talking about in character. All right. I forgot that I need to make like an outhouse style potty for the inn. So yeah, I would say that down one of the hall. Remember how I said that there are two hallways leading off that one wall to the rooms that go off to the right and left each side. Well, at the end of each hall there would be a door. One would lead to a storage closet. The other would lead to a toilet closet. And I don't mean like you're literally crapping in a closet, but like a medieval style outhouse kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, it pretty much is.
Apparently there's
that's what.
Yeah. Apparently there's a pocket dimension, porta potty sewage space within the pocket dimension.
And I'm sure Rylar is probably going, where does it go?
Probably. That's a given. Yep. The coffee ran through her.
Yeah.
That's understandable.
Yeah.
That's all right. No rush. So while she's, there she is. That was quick. Holy crap. Damn.
Oh, you don't plan on sharing?
Fast as lightning.
You don't plan on sharing? That's good. Hell yeah.
All right. So
Yeah.
now, what do you guys do or say after dinner's done and everybody's kind of calmed down?
Is there a place to take a bath in here?
Okay, that's a good point. I just thought of another room that I forgot about. All right, so instead of a storage closet down one of the halls, that one would actually be a little bathhouse.
I think, Miss Ray, you deserve to have a nice warm bath. Unless you want to talk about what you're feeling right now.
Everyone, get some rest. We'll discuss this later. after I've had some time to think.
It's
And
a lot
process.
to process.
Everything. I am tired. I am drained. And I'm sorry, Philip, I almost choked you.
Don't worry, don't sweat it. You're all right. You're all right there.
Reminds me of the last time I did this to you. I was 8.
Yeah, well, you've gotten considerably bigger and stronger since then.
Did everybody pick their rooms? Go pick your rooms.
Miss Ray. We are here to talk to you if you need it. I can tell that you are struggling to feel your emotions.
Let me just say, I thought we were gonna die.
You know, I only thought that for like 2 seconds. But, you know, we're all very smart and clever, and we have a lot of really cool friends, like Bonkai. So I'm not surprised we made it out alive. It's because we are so cool.
Get up.
But I know that it was very scary. For a while.
I get up, walk by, I pat Fern on the head. I'm gonna take a bath.
Yeah, you should. I should too. I'm probably very, very stinky. The mold between my toes has gotten a little extra moldy.
Ew. I can read Aries' thoughts right now. All right, so now what do you guys do? I mean, obviously she's gone into the bath. What does Fern do? You guys are pretty much done eating. Let's start with Lorkris. What do you do?
Lorkris will actually go over and sit crisscross applesauce in front of the fire.
Okay.
Kind of 1,000-yard stare into it and try to meditate and reach out to Ouijas.
Okay. Are you going to try and sit in a chair or sit cross-legged on the floor on one of the pillows?
On the floor.
On the floor. Okay.
On the
All
floor.
Right.
Yeah.
You're going to sit
Say there's comfy pillows. There
meditate
should be
into the
comfy
fire.
pillows.
Okay. Meditate into the fire. So Rylar's gonna start cleaning up the dishes and taking them into the kitchen to clean them up.
And I'm pretty sure Guar is sitting next to Lorkris now.
No, actually he's followed Rylar because he wants to help clean, help clean the dishes.
Because those pancakes were so good.
So what's Fern doing?
Fern is gonna go find a room. And she's gonna look around the room. And then
She's looking at her spell list.
She didn't have prepared what she wanted to have prepared, did she?
no, I don't have any of my spells. After the fight.
Plant growth? Is that what you're looking
The
for?
problem is that she used up so much of her spells. Yeah. So anyway.
So she's just gonna look around her room.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, wait, let me double check one more time. One more thing. She just looks around, and she's just like, I don't know how to sleep on the bed anymore, guys. And she like forgets that nobody else is with her. And then she like sits in the middle of the floor. And then she pulls out Chonkapillar. And then she's like, hey Chonkapillar, can you tell Melora that, you know, Miss Ray is so close to learning that song? And that if she could send a little bit of extra inspiration to her, that would be so cool. Because she will play the song so well. And to make sure that Miss Ray is okay in her dreams tonight, if that would be okay. And it would be very cool if there was a tree in here, but there's no ground, there's no soil, there's no nothing. I don't have a spell or anything. So I'm probably gonna end up sleeping in Lorkris's bed. So we'll see what happens. Okay, thank you, Chonkapillar. You could go tell her that now. Please. Okay. And then she just kind of like talks to Chonkapillar
Okay.
about everything.
Add a character. What are the abilities of your Staff of the Woodlands?
It has to be in fertile soil for it to turn into tree form. I checked.
No, doesn't it have any other, like, doesn't it have plant growth itself as a spell on it?
Yeah, but I used no.
It doesn't? Okay, for some reason I thought. I know it has Pass Without Trace on it.
Yeah, it has Animal Friendship, Awaken, Bark Skin, Locate Plants or Animals, Pass Without a Trace, Speak with Animals, Speak with Plants, and Wall of Thorns.
Okay. Okie dokie. Alright, so this will be a little bit uncomfortable for Fern, but that's alright. It's a start.
That's why she's gonna end up sleeping in Lorkris's room.
So, Lorkris, you're, you know, again, Rylar's cleaning up, and he comes out, sees you meditating, and then he goes into the rooms to try and figure out which room is his. He sees your armor in one room. He sees Miss Fern in another room. That she picked the room next to yours on that side. And then he goes over to the other side and sees that neither one of those rooms have been picked, but he's not sure which one he wants to pick. He would actually rather wait and pick the one that Miss Ray doesn't want. And but then he thinks to himself that she won't mind either way, since this whole space is her space, and that she would probably tell him to be more confident and just pick one. And so he gets up the courage, and that's what he does. He picks one. He puts his pack down in the farthest room, and
That's good, because I would have picked the one closest to the door.
and so, yep, he's gets himself all settled in, and once he's done settling in, after a little bit, he's going to come out. So if you guys would like, I can exposition what happens next. All right. So eventually you all reconvene in the main room. I will say that during your meditation, nothing other than a great meditative session where it centers you and calms you, nothing occurs. And Miss Fern, despite the fact that you're not in a place where there's soil, you feel like the place still feels comfy and cozy, because it's like you're living inside of one of Miss Ray's fantasies or memories. And so it feels safe, and you know, it's not your usual environment since you love being outdoors, but you think to yourself that, you know, if you can eventually spruce up this room the way you like, that you could make this place just as cozy a home as any other. and for yourself. And Miss Ray gets done with her bath, and then
She walks straight to the room that she knows is hers. Without having to, like, I know everybody's picked their room and just, this one's mine.
you rest up, but eventually you all realize that no one really talked to her about what the limits of this space are. She knows what they are, and you all knew that you all got these abilities, but you guys didn't necessarily know the details of each other's abilities. These new boons, right? And so you all realize that you're going to have to talk about it before you make any other moves next. So eventually, you all reconvene out into the central area, and are all sitting around the fireplace, nice and cozy, and a conversation begins. And everybody's there, sitting there, quiet, and Rylar raises his hand.
Yes, Rylar.
Mithray, how long can we stay here? By the way, you've been here for roughly a couple hours now.
24 hours. The limit before this space eventually kicks us out. And then I have to cast it again.
I imagine we get kicked out where we entered.
Yes. But the
Is it
good
the
thing
same
about
space?
this... I'm sorry, Lorkris?
Is it the same space every time,
Yes.
or is it a new space every time?
It'd be the same every time.
Wait, what do you mean by your question, Lorkris?
Every time we open the door to come in, we're coming into the same space, but the door is portable.
That is my understanding, yes.
So yeah, to be clear, well, no, I'm still, Rylar's still confused. I'm still confused. Are you asking if her what did you call it?
My magic tavern?
Are you finding out if her magic tavern is the same all the time when we come into it?
Yeah, or if you have to create it each time.
My understanding, if I know my future self, it'd be the same space every time. I can just move the door.
No. I'm sorry. I'll have to correct that as DM. Since I thought I made it clear. If I didn't, I apologize.
It's magnificent.
I did hint that you believe that you might be able to alter the space, within the dimensions of this space will always be the same, the 40 by 40. But you believe that it's possible that you might be able to alter its shape and form in the future to be different.
Oh.
But
to
be more
the context of
Right.
my question is
Right.
really like, how when you would pop the what's that one bubble? It's like an 8-hour bubble. Effie uses it in
I
Strong.
know.
Leomund's tiny hut, right?
right.
Where it's like that. So each time you would cast Leomund's tiny hut, like you're casting it in a new space. It becomes a new thing. Whereas this space is a created space in a pocket dimension, and Emillynn is just creating the door to get to it.
Correct. That is accurate. Yes. Okay. Now I understand your question.
It's not a new spot. Yeah, it's the same place. Our door is just what gets to move around to
Yeah.
Right.
enter.
Okay. Right.
Okay.
But to be clear, the reason why it formed in this space, and you kind of have this unconscious, well, not unconscious, this kind of in the back of your mind, you're pretty sure that you might be able to craft and change it in the future if you want. Like to be able to have earth in it for Fern, and to maybe have it change and different, and whatever. But for now, this is one of the most powerful memories that you have of a safe space, and so you had at any rate, yeah. So okay, so now we understand.
And don't worry, Fern. I'm figuring out a way to add soil for you.
That would be very cool.
Even if I have to throw it in a bag of holding and bring it in for you, I will do that.
Oh, you know what? I got you covered on that, because I'm pretty sure I have a couple extra bags of that in the garden somewhere.
So Rylar asks again. So we have 24 hours, and we've used a couple.
Yes.
And what time was it when we started that fight?
It was like 4th watch.
It was close to the end of it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So then, so out of character, you guys determined that it was probably 4:30 in the morning. I think that's right. No, it would be even farther than that. It'd be more like.
We have to be closer to 3.
Oh no! I was thinking even deeper, like maybe 5 in the morning. Because I would think that you guys, because if you think about how you guys would do the watches, we'd have to stretch out enough that the last watch would kind of go into the morning, so that everybody could have an 8-hour rest, right? Mm-hmm. Everybody that needs an 8-hour rest get an 8-hour rest. So,
that would be
probably
me and Lorkris.
And Rylar.
Rylar gets his spells back after a short rest too.
Right, but he still he only gets it after a short rest. That's just spells back, but he's still a human, right? I mean, a human. he still has to rest a regular 8-hour rest.
Yeah.
Well, he has to do a long rest. He can get his spells back after a short rest, but I think after 2 short rests, he can't get them back unless he does a long rest. I think that's the way it is for a warlock. I may be wrong about that, but my perception of a warlock is they can't just short rest all the time. They still are going to have a long rest at some point. So, unless they're an elf, in which case they would only need 4 hours. So.
Yeah, or they took a particular invocation.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, there's an invocation that lets you.
Or a feat.
Yeah.
Or a feat, yeah. All right. So anyway, the point is that a couple of folks would need full 8-hour rests.
Except Fern.
Yeah, Fern's the only one that doesn't. So you guys would need to spread them out in such a way that everybody gets their night rest. So it would roughly be almost dawn when that stuff happened, like roughly 5:30 in the morning. So of course Rylar's scratching his head because he's not very bright and he's not good with the math stuff. But Philip interjects and says, "So that means that you guys, if you wait here the whole time, the 24 hours, they're going to come out at the same time, and it's still going to be dark. I don't know about you guys, but I noticed it seemed like that those things were way more active at night than they were during the day.
Yeah.
So it seems like you guys need to plan accordingly. What do you all think? I don't want to go out there and get mugged."
So we travel during the day and stay in the tavern at night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Would be the best.
Yeah.
How far were we?
I agree.
So, how far were we from?
We were a couple hours for sure.
I can probably safely say wandering even during the day like this is probably not the smartest either.
Rylar's like, "Oh yeah, that's right."
I mean, we didn't see much wildlife, if any at all. However, question is, are they intelligent enough to recognize a pack of wolves running around as us versus an anomaly?
Oh.
Yes, Rylar.
Yes.
I mean, it would be fun to be wolves, but why can't we be like them birds like we were before? That was lots of fun.
In this setting, since Guar is big enough to do so, Guar is like laid behind me, and Lorkris is like propped up against him, like a lounge.
Yeah.
Like a chair.
Like a lounge chair.
Yeah, just but it's like
Your armrest is the top of his head, so you can just sit there and go scritches.
So Rylar looks confused, and then Philip goes, "But what's the problem?"
I look at Guar and I'm like,
I think
you don't
what
really want to fly,
Lorkris
do you?
is trying to say is Guar might not be able to comprehend how to fly as a bird. Is that right, Lorkris? Am I understanding that correctly?
Potentially, but also, why? In a way, why make him try to be something else?
Because he's a party member and we need to get from point A to point B.
Rylar's like, oh, I see what you mean, because he's had a hard enough time as it is and stuff, and he's kind of stuck right now. That it might be kind of traumatic for him to try and be something else again.
Emillynn, how many times can you open the door?
Once a day.
Once a day.
Well,
So to answer that question is,
One for
if you
long rest.
if you open it, you're opening it to go out, and you have basically at that point like I didn't put this in the rules of it, but we'll just say that if you open it, you're opening it with the intent of leaving, so you have like a 15-minute window before the place will close and shunt you out. So it's not a space you can come and go in. You go in, you stay as long as you intend to stay, up to the 24-hour limit, and then you leave when you choose to leave.
We all need to leave at the same time, correct?
yeah.
So it's not like we could leave Guar here, travel for the majority of the day.
He will be shunted out where he went in, not where she is.
Makes sense, I guess. Does it though? Nothing makes sense anymore. I mean, what would have made sense is, powerful spellcaster that can raise an army, can take control of an army. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
It was the first time you've done that. Whatever that was. So of course you're going to mess it up the first time.
You should have seen the look on his face.
I'm sure I would have said something if I did.
He literally had to pick his job.
Wait.
Lorkris elaborates a little bit because he was slack-jawed, very obviously, but he actually had to,
Talking about the mastermind.
I mean, Emillynn was inside the thing for the longest time. So, I mean, she did see the skeletons with the green eyes, so she's just like, wait a minute.
She also ended up watching him destroy a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Or saw the result of it, because I don't think you were actually in the building when that happened. I think you had teleported her.
Yeah,
we were
you
not
guys
there.
were trying to stop the reinforcements coming in.
So we came back, and I just remember some of the skeletons that came in had green eyes. But, that's one of the things that Emillynn wants to ask. So Lorkris, you have green eyes. the skeletons had green eyes, and some of them had blue eyes.
Yes.
And some of them had no colored eyes. Those were the ones that were the army ones wandering around. Remember? I remember that. The ones that rose from all the battlefield that were being controlled, they didn't have any color eyes until Lorkris did something to them, and then they had the green eyes. So out of character, just to refresh your memory, the ones that had blue eyes were all the intelligent ones.
Okay.
The wander and before they showed up, the skeletons that had risen at night during the battlefield of the giant battlefield, they didn't have any glow. They just wandered about aimlessly until the guys with the blue eyes showed up and took control of them. But then Lorkris used his channel divinity turn undead, destroyed a bunch of them, and in a moment realized he could actually do more than that if he channeled more power into it. And he was able to control them. So that's what I'm describing. So now it's up to him to describe that. Sorry. Go ahead.
We need a good refresher.
My question is, did you create skeletons while Fern and I were trying to do something?
No.
Okay, so
Didn't
you're not a
create them.
necromancer. Okay, good.
Yeah. I mean, I did control them for like a moment. Then you took them back.
Control?
Yeah. See, here's the thing. Forget Weejoss doesn't like when things are controlled beyond their will. Arguably, it's kind of the same thing. However, it's...
For Ouija,
Yeah.
rather than whatever those stupid blue-eyed heck were trying to do.
Yeah, I think something like that. I don't know. It was easier to kill them. To set them free.
So you're telling me you have the ability to control undead?
Yes. However, I wouldn't be able to stop a bone claw or take control of something like that. That's,
Okay.
Yes.
Probably
Soon.
just little ones.
I mean, if every necromancer has to start somewhere. At least from tales I've heard.
Well, is that right? Is he? But he's not. He's. I mean, that's. Necromancer's like, I wouldn't raise him from the dead, right?
Yes, that is true.
Well, he's just like saying nope. You guys don't get to be puppets of the triumvirate.
The bad guys.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
so you're
just,
saying he's a liberator?
What's that word mean?
Means they are helping people take back their control.
Oh, like
Apparently
freeing
a
people
usurper.
from
Yes.
oppression?
Mm-hmm.
I read that in a book once.
You can read.
Well, you did usurp their
Yeah, I
power
can read.
over.
I may not be very bright, but I can read.
And read more
I'm
languages
just
than any of
picking
us.
on you, Rylar.
That is very true. You're so smart, Rylar.
I'm not smart. I
You
don't
can
know more
read
languages than
every
you. I don't know more
language.
languages than him. That's not true.
Well, you could read every language.
Well,
Well, that's bunky, I think.
well, Rylar,
it's-
you understand a language that's not of this world.
Okay, that's true. Quell is pretty neat. But I taught myself that by reading a book.
There we go. That's why you're so smart.
Okay, if you say so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't argue with me, Rylar. You know you're probably going to lose because I'll out-talk you.
That's true.
So So,
Yeah.
I can create the space. Lorkris can somewhat control undead. Were you given anything else?
Yeah, you have a sense, a memory
that-
of it telepathically. You kind of all
Yeah, that-
remember. But go ahead and talk about
That didn't come from Bunkai.
Funky.
it. What didn't come from Bunkai? From Bunky?
The ability to control those undead.
Oh, that's right, because you did that before Bunky
Yeah.
inseminated us.
As a player, I can't remember. I know I used the passive ability, that boon, to protect Fern. Or right? Is Fern or Emillynn?
Your passive is to sense all undead within a 100-mile radius. And
Did I
Or the
say
active
100
one,
miles?
Sorry.
that's what I have written.
Yeah,
down.
sorry.
But it could be,
Yeah. The passive is recognizing undead within a mile radius,
1 mile.
identified as
Okay.
undead. Sorry, the active one, where I do the D10 as a negative or a
Oh,
plus.
yeah.
I think it was an attack.
Did you write down the
On-
name of it? I gave it a cool name.
Oh, yeah.
Lorkris's Hand of Fate.
Lorkris's Hand of Fate.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Go on.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah.
I just can't remember what I used it on. I know I protected, I believe it was Fern, from a spell or an ability that made it miss.
That's true. I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, I think it was the
did.
it was the bone claw. I think you used it
Yeah.
against the bone claw.
But it was like a ranged attack.
It's like
Oh
like
wait,
50
you're right.
feet
It
or
wasn't the
something.
bone claw.
Yeah.
It was shiny shoes,
Was it?
wasn't it?
Banana Tom, do you remember from last week's session?
Blur! Kiki!
Bodacious.
Bodacious Bozo.
Welcome in, guys.
Love you.
Welcome
Welcome
in.
in.
We normally would
I
chat
love you,
dark, but yeah.
Bodacious Bodo. Bozo.
Bodo.
Bodo. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's a Z.
Lucid Menace. Hello.
Yeah.
Or maybe Aries knows. Maybe he remembers. Either
Oh,
way.
yeah, Aries.
Welcome in, guys. No
Oh.
worries. It was one of
Yeah.
those swarm of enemies. You turned their attack from a hit to a miss, and saved
Yeah.
her. I'm pretty sure it was the bone. I'm feeling like it was the bone claw, but if it was a ranged
Yeah.
attack, it could have been.
It was like hey, hang on. What are you doing?
Nothing.
Because I can't see what's happening when you do that. Silly.
Was it maybe
It was either
one of the
either
Deathlock
the-
masterminds shooting her through the wall? Maybe, I don't know. Does it matter?
Yeah. Not particularly, but I wanted to reference what it was that I did
reference
to,
the moment. Gotcha.
to explain the new
I can't remember.
Yeah. Well, in any case, whatever it was that I got from Bunkai allowed me to protect Fern. It was close to hitting, and then it was persuaded not to. Oh, and by the way, there were a lot more undead around. They were a little further out, but there was a lot.
Can you like sense them now or something?
Well, right now he
I can-
can't, since you guys are in a pocket dimension. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, now, no. Since you're a skeleton.
Yeah, that's true. You would have had a moment after your ability awakened where you would have sensed pockets of enemies throughout the. It's a 1 mile radius.
1 mile radius, yeah.
Yeah. So each 1 mile block of radius had roughly 100 of those, wandering skeletons.
Yeah.
So if you mathed it out, 100 square, like a 1 mile radius would be outward from you. So it would be probably roughly, I'd say 600 of them. And that's just in that area alone.
Yeah.
Now granted, you were probably deep into the battle lines. This was one of the places where there was the most, dead soldiers there throughout. But
yeah, I could feel it in my bones.
nice. All right, so
Okay. So that's what Lorkris got. Fern?
wait, there was one other thing I thought Bunky said about Lorkris too, right? Didn't he say that he's like he somehow tricked them undead peoples into thinking he's the one?
You can do that?
Yeah.
I don't think a do is an appropriate descriptor. I think it just is.
So you're technically pretending to be an undead now?
Pretending, no. Am I technically undead? No, I'm not undead.
Are you sure? Because, you are looking very gaunt.
I'm not gonna argue there.
Are you sure that Weejas isn't gonna turn you into one of her skeletons or something?
Well, Fern, stress
She was gonna,
does
she
affect
probably
the
would've
body
already
in
done
different
it.
ways. I mean, my eyes are probably still bloodshot from crying, but
That's very true.
it's a
Yeah.
very terrifying experience.
So
Yeah.
Philip pipes in. But what can the rest of you do with these special powers that that Bunkai thing gave you?
Fern,
Oh, you guys.
what were you bestowed?
I can just kind of talk to everything now
I mean,
without even having to cast no spells.
I was gonna say,
everything?
what was the difference?
Yeah, so like I can talk to plants, animals, beasts, magical beasts, and elementals.
So, Fern, you can talk to this wooden table.
Hello, table. My name's Fern.
The table says nothing back since it's dead.
I can't talk to the dead though.
I can't.
You can. I'm sure if we wanted to ask the table how he's doing, if he can do your spells, and I can just talk to the table because I speak 3.
Just hello, table.
I'm pretty sure they have to be alive for me to talk to them. But
Okay.
I can talk to everything now, pretty much.
We're just
Except
making sure because you
rocks.
did say everything.
What else? What else can you do? This time it's Rylar.
I can make us appear like anything nature. So like if we're trying to run and hide, I can turn us all into like shrubs. And nobody can try to find us unless they have like true sight or something.
How long does it last?
For like 15 minutes.
How often?
And I could turn us into like rocks or fire or like, water. So like if we're trying to run and we're like in a river, I can like turn us into like what looks like water. Unless they have true sight, they can tell us from the water, from the river.
Are we stationary? Can we not move when you turn us into these things?
That is, I don't know.
So to be clear, it is when she does this, you become kind of part of the terrain, and since terrain doesn't move itself, you moving would basically break the illusion.
I'm pretty sure we couldn't move.
So it's sort of
Because, like, we're,
it's not
like,
exactly the
molded
most
to
useful
whatever.
of abilities, other than it kind of, you know, could be an oh crap moment.
Yeah. So basically I would just be like, oh no, we have to like hide and stuff. So like we all kind of like for like 15 minutes.
It's a very interesting boon that they gave you. I mean, I could see you using it to scare people in your garden.
I actually haven't thought about that. Oh, I'm gonna try to scare Daxon.
I fucking knew it. I knew it. You're like, she's gonna try to scare Daxon, huh?
So Rylar pipes in. I hate to interrupt, and I want to hear more about these powers, but so yeah, I want to hear more about the powers, and then I'll talk about what I was going to say. But I don't want to forget, so I'm going to say it anyway. So like, you know, so we figured out that we're going to have to try and come out during the day. Is that what we came up with?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then we're going to try and figure out some way of traveling from here to the spooky castle city.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And so we're gonna illifate. We're gonna
Infiltrate? Yes.
infiltrate. Okay.
Infiltrate. Trade.
Okay, we're gonna do that. We're gonna like go inside the place, and we're gonna try
Yeah,
not to be
super
seen,
sneaky.
right? Not to be noticed.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe we. Okay. All right. And then Okay, thank you. I was just curious. And then abilities. So Miss Ray, didn't you have something else too besides just the awesome space that you made for us to save us?
Well, I do feel more alert and more skilled in a way.
So we've always been saying that you could do anything, haven't we, Miss Fern? Now it's just true, huh?
Yeah.
Never doubted you for a second.
What'd you say? Say again?
Never doubted you for a second.
What, that I could do everything? I mean, I had my limitations until now.
Until now.
Just
Hey,
remember,
if we never.
remember, you won't like me when I'm angry. I'm gonna try and intimidate everybody.
Am I immune to that?
Yeah, you would be immune to it. It's a type of fear effect, yeah.
Would it be a wisdom saving?
It would be a wisdom saving throw, yeah. What'd you get?
I'm just curious.
What'd you get?
20.
30. Oh, 17 plus 13.
Yeah, okay. Let me roll for Rylar here.
Fern is just like, oh, you're so cute.
Jesus. Wait a minute, no. Are we would get boost from being in a did you include your own plus? I'm assuming you included your own paladin.
It includes, yeah, my
Yeah.
stats include my own. +3.
So Rylar actually saves you. I rolled a natural 18. So he's all like, he's still kind of freaked out that you were scary, but then he was like, that was funny.
I'm just joking with you guys.
That was funny with Ray.
You could try to scare me, but you cannot. And Lorkris is just like, oh no.
Lorkris is like, man, reminds me of when my mom would get mad at me.
No, he's just like,
No?
oh, she must know we just.
Oh, I gotcha. He's reminded of some of his dreams of Ouijas. Yeah.
I figured he would have reminded you of like that first fight with those goblins where I was like, stab, kill it.
Oh
So-
no, I was impressed.
So have we covered all the abilities? We all...
What did Rylar get?
Yeah, we didn't go over Rylar's.
Rylar didn't get anything. He already has the bunkai in him. Like, he's been getting lots of things.
Oh.
Right? He doesn't get anything new. The bunkai's already possessing him.
That's true.
Like, he's been able to, like, the main thing that he gets is the ability to put the beholders on their back feet with some of his abilities.
And to touch us in special ways.
What?
Yeah, you hit the soul thread. It was a special touch.
Oh, no,
And
that's from her.
It's from
but
me.
We discussed
But it
that.
was
We had a
from-
role-playing session about that.
No. It comes from Emillynn, yeah. But it was Rylar and Bunkai who touched it and it gave us the boon because he wanted to.
Oh,
integrate
well,
with
yeah,
her.
but really, just to be clear, you guys had that role playing session. I guess someone forgot where you guys where was when you first talked to the Bunkai. It explained to you guys that the golden thread you all perceived wasn't. You had a misperception of it. It wasn't coming from Rylar. It was coming from her. She was the whatever kind of harmonic thread that brought you all together was centered on her, not on Rylar, and that it was and you understand now that the Bunkai was simply able to use that connection to harmonize with your kind of the frequency that makes up you, the pattern that makes up you as a being. And
Yeah, he touched us in a special way.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying now.
Yeah.
All right.
Processing.
Well, all right. You got it. Well said. So now, so what does this mean?
Okay, so this means that we are going to hang out here for the next 24 hours, minus however long we've already been here.
Well,
And
and minus some time, minus a lot more than that, right? Because if we come out, we'll come out during the nighttime. If we wait the whole 24 hours.
Rylar has a point. We stay here the whole 24 hours. We're going to be coming out again around
5:30 a.m. Before dawn at nighttime. Yeah, actually, it was around 5 a.m.
Yeah.
Right now, with the early part of the fall, end of summer, the sun doesn't come up till like 6:30.
So what we've got about
8 hours to rest and then get going.
I would put us out at about afternoon, maybe late afternoon. If we did
Gives
the
us
full
enough-
8 hours.
And then it gives us enough time. Well, but my biggest concern is like, would we rather, because like, you can only do this every 24 hours or after a long rest or whatever. So if we like rest now and leave, before like in like 8 hours, are you gonna be able to do this again for tomorrow night? Or is it smarter for us to stay for the whole 24 hours in here and risk that 1 hour?
And Philip chimes in and says, and also, what do you all think is gonna be on the other side when you open that door? Do you wait a short amount of time? You wait a longest amount of time? Because they thought
Fern.
They thought that we escaped from like some sort of teleporter dimension door. I heard him say that.
Yeah.
Fern,
Yes.
can you scry on that building?
Not
structure
right
we
now.
made?
And I don't know if she'd be able to if we're in a pocket dimension.
It has to be on the same plane of existence.
That's correct.
And we are not on that plane of existence.
Just like your undead sense is not working right now either.
Right.
Yes. Look at how I don't have anything available to me.
I can't read that far. I can barely read my own monitor.
I have the only spell slots I have left right now are 3 first level and 2 second level, and that is it.
So, we all heard them say they're using a dimension door, right?
He said
Yeah.
some kind of dimension door is what he thought.
Gotcha.
You did hear that, yes.
Given the nature of their advanced ability to transport via the arcane root clusters and our Fern's new ability of being able to transport via the trees, I have a feeling that they may suspect that we have left, that we won't show up back here or back in the same spot.
Philip is like twisting and bobbing up and down. He's nodding in the air.
However, I do not believe that there would be a large force. Would not surprise me if there was something there. There will be skeletons roaming about. But I feel that waiting the full 24 hours is going to be the smartest.
Because
Because we would need to be able to have a way to get back to this, and if we don't have that, then what's the point?
Yes, Rylar.
Yeah.
Well, if we go out at night, then you're probably right about the skeletons. But are we sure there's going to be any skeletons? Who's to say about them, the blue-eyed ones? But it seems to me that those skeletons only pop up at night. So if we come out during the day, then maybe they won't be there. But
if
you're
we
right,
come
they
out
might
during-
leave somebody else behind, right?
But if we come out during the day, we have to wait until the end of the night to be able to get back into this space. Right, Emillynn?
what?
Yeah,
Because your ability functions off of 24 hours, not a long rest.
Well,
technically it is a long rest, but that's
Yeah.
just the rules of 5th ed being kind of wonky.
Got it.
It's both, technically. It's 1 day, but also requires a long rest. So in other words, you could technically go longer than a day, but if you haven't had a long rest in that time, you won't have the ability. So it
Yeah.
requires
But we,
both.
So
but
what
we
we're-
still wouldn't have the ability for Emillynn to cast and open the door
Correct.
until the time she cast it. So why not exhaust that time, risk the hour and a half, which the likelihood of having a large force is pretty slim,
Yeah.
and then being prepared to cast it at an appropriate time where we can then hopscotch and be able to just sleep through the night to the day.
Yeah,
and then-
that's the point that I'm also trying to make. It
And
is where
So
Philip goes, oh, look at Lorkris and Fern, they're so smart, that's right. And then, especially since Lorkris, you'll be able to do that where you like command them and stuff again, right? So
could. Yeah.
maybe that is the good call to go the whole time.
Yeah. And it gives us all enough time to have a really good rest.
And figure out how are we going to get into the spire, because walking this path is not smart. They know we're coming. It would be foolish for them to think that we'd give it up.
This is true.
So
We rest, and then we move forward.
Philip goes, but they don't, since we left, they don't know when we're coming.
that is true. But when you know an enemy retreats with intent to come back, you fortify your walls.
So they're gonna turtle up.
Well, they're expecting us.
Well, if any of the past tales and songs that I've heard of previous battles can go one of either two ways. They will turtle up, or they'll take action.
Like you mean they might start sending out patrols to find us?
Either sending out patrols, or hit your enemy where it hurts the most.
Good luck, because Misty City is pretty cool. Everybody's
That's
very
fair
strong there.
Well, and also, how would they get their army over there since the MDA peoples were able to take care of all their teleportation on the south side of the mountain?
Well,
You never know.
you never know.
Well, I can tell you this. Didn't need one of their arcane nodes to bring in shiny shoes. Maybe all you need is one.
Rylar says, oh, but I remember that guy, he had a device on him. And it was, remember when Shiny Shoes came and got teleported, it was the death hair guy, he had that item on his belt. And he activated it.
That's good.
And
Yeah. So, do they necessarily need to march an army down there? No. But we saw how close. Well, I mean, we were standing on top of one of the.
But Philip says, well, finding foods was super scary for sure. Seeing him back again and so awful. But you know what? If it had just been him on his own, I think we could have taken him. And I think the Steel Dawn and those folks could have taken him too. So if all they can do is take Shiny Shoes, that's not an army.
Well, all we know is that it brought one. Who knows how much it could bring? Instead of marching an army down, you march one to the rest.
They have been gathering corpses for a long time. It's not to say Shiny Shoes are only, Death Knight. Because didn't that,
I'm gonna have Lorkris roll. Tell me the knowledges that you have again. And you can also roll whatever he rolls.
Proficiency.
It would probably be like religion, nature.
I'd say religion.
Religion.
me roll religion?
Yeah. Remember, you can roll anything now.
Nah, it's not very good. That's a 15.
That's not bad. That was actually the target. It's not like...
22.
All right. So, What were we talking about? I lost track of what I was gonna tell you from the roll.
The Death Knights. There's probably more.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So, you both think to yourself after you both say that out loud, but then you almost want to walk back what you said because you remember from you as a bard. Well, actually, what'd you roll? I didn't even ask.
I rolled a 22.
Yeah. You as a bard have some knowledge from legends, picking up on stories, and you from your knowledge of that's just kind of been absorbing and understanding of just religion in general and stuff. That the legends of Death Knights, those being able to be created, usually require an immense amount of kind of vile energy, necrotic energy that can usually only be fueled by extreme evil and hatred, and so you kind of get the sense that it's a fairly unique and surprising thing to be able to create a Death Knight or bring forth a Death Knight versus like just a monster that's been slain by you guys, right? Would be something that if it was animated, it would probably just be an animated, like a more powerful skeleton or zombie, but still just a skeleton or zombie, not, an empowered Death Knight. So you both have that kind of understanding about it. 15 was exactly your target. So, you both get the sense that you think that, obviously they have more up their sleeves for sure, because that if you stop and think about it, your characters can kind of piece together a number of corpses that that they probably have. But you suspect, you can hypothesize pretty strongly that most of those are just going to be zombified versions of those things.
Rather than trying to choose who it was. I hate you guys.
Emillynn,
Yes.
if anyone can refresh my memory, it would be you. The beholder that we fought, it was siphoning the energy from that elven woman,
Yes.
right?
Correct.
Would that be the type of energy and hate that would be used to create such a Death Knight?
I'm gonna let you roll an arcane on that one.
Another 22.
Yeah. She suspects that's a different kind of. It's a mixture of arcane, an arcane mechanism that drew out the divine power of the being, but it's not equivalent really at all to what a necromancer would use to either reanimate a creature into a zombie, or to birth a Death Knight. That it's a different kind of ritual and a different kind of magic. That the necromancer that would bring back, that would somehow be able to summon a Death Knight, that would be like pretty much all arcane, not and that unique kind of thing that you guys encountered was wholly unique. That it was somehow able to mix, that machine, that unholy machine that you guys found. It was a unique kind of device that there's not enough knowledge in this world for her to truly piece out. So, but you can definitely tell that to answer your question, the answer is no, effectively. Sorry for the long drawn out. Speaking of long drawn out, do you guys want to take a quick, not that this has been long drawn out, I'm enjoying this, but you guys
No.
ready for a break?
I was actually I was gonna have Lorkris kind of break the fourth wall and just be like, I think we should rest for a little bit and reconvene and use that as the opportunity to take a break.
Well said, sir. I love it. I love it. All right, so we're gonna take an intermission, folks. Look at that. Boom! And say hello to our chat. Welcome back in. Hello, everybody. Oh, look at those amazing people. Bodacious is still here.
It has no pyro.
Pyro. Oh my God, Robo Ninja.
Oh, look at that. Aries did find it.
Spooky Mob.
So for Aries, thank you. 3 hours, 15 minutes, and 45 seconds last episode. Lorkris stopped the mastermind from hitting Fern. If that's what I wanted to know about.
Aries, holy crap, dude. Thank you,
For
brother.
the win. What a...
Aries is the balls, man. He's the shit.
Yeah. Your sack is bigger than this. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna go take a break. I'll be back.
Okay.
I need like panic something.
Think I need a doctor then? That's probably true. They do have, yeah.
Okay, I'll be at a beat.
If you need a wheelbarrow to carry him around, then you know, that's definitely doctor time. All right. So we're gonna. Do you gotta go? You wanna go first? Or you wanna wait?
You can go. I'm
Okay.
just gonna get up and stretch a little bit.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna entertain until Starkitty comes back. Take your time. Enjoy yourself. Because I win. I can wait. Goblets. Hello, goblets. Oh my gosh. Firefall for the boys. Spooky Moth. I love it. That's a great name, by the way. I dig it. Got 3 good clips so far. I'm processing the rest. What a dick! You snuck it in there. You got me to say it. Holy crap! And Druid wasn't here to witness it and write it down. Great question, Bodacious. Let's see if we have that. Is that this command? Let me see if I got the command right. No? Which command is it? Cast. Okay, thank you. There you go. That's the gist of it. So yeah, don't spend any points during our D&D stream, Colonel Hex, because they don't get redeemed. But during my personal stream, during my regular stream that isn't the D&D stream, throughout the week, actually not on Bandwidth and Banter either, but for Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, yeah, we have a sing-song mode. It lasts for about a minute at most, but basically people can make me sing instead of speak. Sometimes I'm able to come up with some decent rhymes, and sometimes I'm able to flop on my face, but either way, it brings joy to folks. Can I have a preview? I'm not sure what sort of preview you need. We're here having Dungeons and Dragons and fun. We'd like to play in the sun, but it's too damn hot out there. I know I don't always rhyme, but sometimes we get it in time. Oh my goodness, I need a stretch. Sometimes it sounds like a Disney hex. How's that? It's a tiny little preview. Yeah, it's different each time. Sometimes a little bit, but it's fun. Thank you. Arigato. Right on. So we, yeah, I do apologize for anybody who spends points during the actual, I guess we probably should have like a thing or something, but I'm glad BT's getting some sleep, if that's what's going on. He needs some sleep. because it's also super late for him in the UK. We have some amazing UK folks, OG Blaze and Robo Ninja. I always forget that Robo Ninja is in the UK. He's so amazing. He's bodacious, just like bodacious. Is that Bozo? I love it. I love it. One of them, you're also in the UK, Colonel Hex. I forgot that too. If I knew that. If I didn't know, then now I know, and I'll probably forget later. Aye, well, welcome in, sir. We're glad to have you. We're always having a good old time here, doing our best. StarKitty's over there enjoying a chia pet that she's sucking the brains out of. That look, that's a great, it's not really a chia pet, but it is a chia dessert. Now you gotta show off what I'm talking about. But I wish I could have filmed that look, that roll eye look that she gave me. That was great. There we go. You missed it, Druid. Oh, she can't hear me because she's in her headphones on. Chia. Oh, good question. No, they are not. They're not real, in the sense that they're not metal. They are rubber replicas. The reason, yeah, they're cosplay style. The reason why I got the rubber ones is because real ones, the real metal would be glossier and shinier on screen. So
like
with the way I have the lights set up, it would have been too reflective and distracting. So it's better to have the foam ones. Plus, the foam ones are super light, so it's really easy to mount them. Whereas metal ones, it's a lot harder to mount. So, yep. So, did she have her headphones on right now, or not?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
That's why
you missed it, Druid. I have to be honest. I gotta call myself out. Aries tricked me into using the P word.
Oh.
So you gotta write it down again.
Yep.
That makes it 10 so far.
And he clipped it too. I still haven't taken my break, so I will be right back. Let me turn off my mic so you guys don't hear me peeing.
So Lucy's Menace, to answer your question, Stormy and I don't LARP. Fate, Druid, do you guys LARP?
I want to LARP.
No. Well, I mean, arguably we did, but not in the...
It's more cosplay than LARPing.
Well, no, let's talk about Airsoft.
Oh, technically that's LARPing, yeah. Way more.
Yeah, in that context, but not in like the LARP at Airsoft. Yeah, I mean, technically Airsoft is LARPing. I mean, it is. There's no question about it. But in the sense of like fantasy swords, no LARPing. I do have a pretty cool leather belt.
We are major nerds. Yeah. I'm actually going to be doing so I have to do a cosplay stream where I dress as Fern on my stream, and the vote was cast. I'm going to be playing Skyrim, but in character as Fern. The contacts will be there. I'll have my ears, the elf ears on. I'll have my contacts in. It's gonna be awful. I'm gonna have a whole cosplay little setup as Fern.
Chonka Pillar's gonna be sitting on your head while you play.
Chonka Pillar.
Yeah.
Aries probably won't be able to watch that stream for very long.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, because I turned my mics off and it was the blue light of the mics was acting flaky. I wonder if it was the triumvirate.
Hey.
Is that gonna make you cry more, or is the whole Fern's foot fungus gonna make you cry more?
Did you forget Chonka Pillar was on your head?
I forgot, yeah. Bruh.
Try love, right?
I think so is eating.
Yeah.
So as I was leaving, I overheard you guys talking about LARPing. I haven't LARPed, but I have been to, LARPing events, and I would not be opposed to LARPing. I definitely love cosplay. If you look through my YouTubes, you can you can find some cosplays there.
The best cosplay.
That's why we all want pancakes now.
Yes. Stormy's most recent cosplay was for his 2-year affiliate anniversary. Stormy made me pancakes.
First time ever making pancakes. It was another first for me too.
Dressed as a maid.
Yeah.
Yep, that's because he decided to make a deal with people in chat saying if he met certain milestones, he would do a maid cosplay.
I didn't decide that. They decided that for me.
Yeah, but you're the one who agreed to it.
True that. I didn't think we'd get there so fast. These guys are amazing. I have the best community ever and adore them with all my heart.
Oh, is that the YouTube video?
Totally not the YouTube video.
Oh God, you're so
Totally
mean.
the YouTube video, guys. You're welcome. I did.
I did. You're right, Aries. I did. You did, Aries, and I agree. I got to give you another. Thank you, sir.
That was.
So if you do want to see Stormy do a little cosplay, there's the link. You're welcome.
I actually have another video, and you can actually, it's still in my clips somewhere, of me and.
Oh yes, I think I have one of those clips.
Well,
let me check the drive.
Actually, no. I think the clip
Halloween
may
one?
just be with the helmet on and the Skyrim sword.
Yeah,
You also
normally
did,
Stormy has a raid helmet,
Yeah, I have my raid
but
helmet.
it's upstairs.
Yeah.
but you also did Goth Pippi Longstocking for Halloween.
I did. I don't actually have any recording of that, though. I don't think.
Yep, he's done Goth Pippi Longstockings, he's done Wizard.
I did a medieval soldier, warrior, whatever, knight kind
Yeah,
of thing.
you also did the vampire.
That's right. I forgot about that. I forgot about the. Well, it wasn't really a vampire. It was just like a 19th
Really,
century
Colonel
look.
Hex? You were a chef?
Oh, that's amazing.
What was your
nom.
favorite thing to make? Whether it's main dish, side dish, dessert.
Yes, I must
Main
know these
dish,
things
side
too.
dish,
Share,
up dish, down
please.
dish.
And if you want to drop your pancake recipe in the Discord, that'd be awesome.
Lucid Menace, you missed that. You missed the cosplay stream. Well, there's the YouTube video for it.
That was a good day.
That was very fun.
I'm glad you guys liked it. I'm just kidding. I had a fun time too. I'm all about unique experiences in life.
Yep. It was so funny and cute at the same time to hear Stomach go, ooh, ooh.
We do still have clips of that. A couple of them actually.
Our chat is really unique. Yes. Worked in a castle. That's
You worked
terrible.
in a castle?
Oh, that's freaking cool.
I'm so jealous.
Yeah, no kidding. Super jelly. Super jelly. All right, so speaking of castles, I don't know, that didn't actually segue properly. Move the hell of that out. Thanks. Thank you, Lucid. I think. All right, we're gonna jump back into the story, guys, into the role play. I really appreciate you guys being here for our 68th episode, and we're in the third act, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we're super close to the end. But we are in the third act, so a lot of stuff has gone on for the last literally 68 weeks now, right? And so be sure to check out the YouTube for any old episodes. And
You want to type !YouTube in the chat?
oh yeah, I guess I could do that, huh? I think I might have. Did I do just a straight up YT one?
Nope.
I didn't. I need to. So there you go. For now, guys, we got to get back to the role play. So we're gonna go chat dark, unless people raid in, then we won't see chat. And but we'll be back to talk to you guys at the end of the session at 9:30, which is about an hour and 40 minutes from now. So thanks again for coming. Enjoy the show.
Yay!
Okay, guys. Back to. We got a hand raised over here.
I have a question.
Yes.
And I can understand if this may be something that could be role played, but in understanding the scope of the boons that we have received, for being able to detect the undead within a 1 mile radius, would I be able to? Would I either instinctually know, or would I have to ask the bunkai if I would be able to sense whether they were within 1 mile of? Like, can I tell the difference between the types of undead, or is it just a blanket, like it's the same feeling across the board?
Ah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. So you're not just just to clarify one part of what you said. The bunkai only activated your potential, your latent potential within you. So it's ability that's coming from within you. It doesn't have anything to do with the bunkai anymore. But to answer the first part of your question, yes. If initially, when you just first kind of bat style peeing outward, you recognize the number of undead that are around you in a 1 mile radius. Okay. If you focus and concentrate on it, for, let me think, what number of rounds would make sense?
5.
5 rounds. If you focus on it for 5 rounds, then you can actually determine. I mean, of course, before you focus and concentrate on it, you know where they are and how many there are. If you focus and concentrate on it for 5 rounds, you can know relatively kind of how strong they are, relative to each other, like which ones are the strong ones and which ones aren't. Kind of that you sense the relative infusement of necromantic power, right? And if you concentrate on it for 10 minutes, no, that's not right. If you end up concentrating on a specific one within a group for the rest of those 5 rounds for a total of a minute, then you can know lots about it.
Okay. And that's something that I already instinctually know, or is that something that I could piece
you
together?
Understand
Okay.
everything about your ability.
Cool. Okay. Well. So if
By the way, I think I remember, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I remember I told you that where you guys had camped wasn't 2 hours, maybe I'm wrong, maybe it was 2 hours away walking, but I could have sworn I had said that it was about a mile away. Am I wrong about that? What do you guys remember?
I know we were pretty close.
Yeah.
I feel like we were within like a few miles. It was like we would probably either make it there the next day, if not the following. Like we were close, like we can see it looming.
Yeah.
but we weren't on top of it yet.
From where you were at, though, yeah, I know it wouldn't be like the next day. At most, I think Druid was right. I think it was 2 hours, which would be at 4 miles an hour walking speed, would be 8 miles.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay.
So his sense undead is kind of sort of similar to 3.5's detect undead.
Oh, really? What does 3.5's detect undead do?
You detect the aura that surrounds undead creatures. The amount of information revealed depends on how long you study a particular area. First round, presence or absence of undead auras. Second round, number of undead auras in the area and the strength of the strongest undead aura present. If you are of good alignment and the strongest undead aura's strength is overwhelming, and the creature has hit die of at least twice your character level, you are stunned for 1 round and the spell ends. Round 3, the strength and location of each undead aura. If an aura is outside your line of sight, then you discern its direction but not its exact location. Aura strength, the strength of the undead aura is determined by the hit die of the undead creature on the following table here.
Yeah, that's super complicated.
So.
I like what I said better. It's simpler, way simpler. But basically, yeah.
But yeah, very similar. Gotcha. Okay.
Thank you for being curious to check that.
Yeah, because I was like, I know there's a detect undead spell somewhere.
Yep.
It wasn't in the 5th edition.
That's because you and I have been doing this a long time, sugar.
Well, 18 years is a long time, and I've played a lot of 3.5.
That's right.
Facts. Okay. So in the amount of time we've already been here, which was about 4 hours or so, I would imagine, right?
Yeah.
It would constitute as 4 hours of a long rest, because long rest isn't necessarily just sleep. It's same type of downtime a short rest would be.
No, I always envision a long rest is actual sleeping or meditating if you're an elf. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. So I guess we should take a rest.
Yeah.
Formulate a plan.
That would
get
be
on out of
cool.
here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you guys think I should take like reverse gravity again, or cause like I think my fire was pretty cool, and I wanted to do it because Miss Ray always casts fireball and stuff. But I don't know if reverse gravity would be better or not.
Reverse gravity out here in the open?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking for opinions.
So Philip asks, what do you mean? What's wrong with out in the open?
Trying to remember how the spell functions. Because
Oh, they
reverse
need to
gravity
grab onto
goes up to a certain
100 feet.
height.
It goes up to like 50 feet or
Is it
something.
50 feet?
Let's find out for sure.
100 foot high. Yeah, that goes up to 100 feet tall.
Yeah.
If there's stuff for them to grab onto, then they won't be reversed. But
Philip says, well, that means it's better out in the open then, huh?
It is,
Then,
as
like,
long
in
as none of us gets caught up in it.
that's true.
Oh yeah, we'll be fine.
But do you think that's a good idea for me to take that rather than my fancy fire stuff that I was doing?
What's the radius of your fire stuff, and what's the radius of the gravity spell?
The gravity
The
spell's
anti-gravity.
like, a 50-foot radius.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, what we said was
We
that.
did
we
nerf
nerfed
it to
it
like
down.
50-foot diameter.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
so
that
it
was also for
Guild Lock games.
the Guild Lock games.
right. I think we made it such that you can control it to decide whether it's a 50-foot diameter or a 50-foot radius.
Yeah.
And you guys, obviously chose to, be able to limit it. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So otherwise, that firestorm, whatever thing that I did twice. The second time was you know, worthless.
So, kind
I'm
of
just curious.
imagine / pretend that your characters are discussing the relative nuances of the two spells, but since the characters wouldn't do it in these kinds of terms, but we as players need to kind of translate it into the way the spells work. So, basically, you know, Rylar would ask, well, which one does more damage? And so, out of character to determine that, Firestorm is what?
It's so I can cast it at 150 feet away from me.
Yeah.
And it's 10-foot cubes.
No, but what's the damage?
7d10.
7d10. Okay.
Yeah.
Whereas reverse gravity at 100 feet is 10d6.
Yeah.
So it's 7 to 70 or 10 to 60.
Yeah.
So,
But I'm also trying to think of like crowd control and stuff, you know.
right. I mean, that's a good point. So the damage is relatively the same. Firestorm may be a little bit more damage, but it does not crowd control as well as the antigrav spell does. So
Yeah.
I mean,
I would. Lorkris will ask, what if you were to put that on the side of a wall? Would it just push them laterally 100 feet?
I don't know if I could do that. I think it has to be on the ground.
let's take a look at the
It's on
spell.
a point, and a point you can see.
Sorry, I slept on my neck funky. I apologize for.
No worries. On a point within range. I mean, arguably, gravity is.
Because you're reverse.
Yeah, I was just curious.
What's the spell again?
Is- Reverse gravity.
Reverse. Thank you.
272, I believe. Player's handbook.
I'm just. All right.
So you can either push enemies laterally.
The spell reverses gravity in a 50-foot radius, 100-foot high cylinder centered on a point within range. All creatures and objects that. So yeah, so it's not something that you can shape to go a different direction. She could point it at the wall, but it's just gonna make that the center point for the spell, and it would still go up.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I figured. It was worth the shot because if we're going up on a tower.
So
No, it's not like we couldn't figure that out, how to do that anyway.
Philip chimes in on this, and of course, again, he's not saying this in terms of the numbers or the math, but he somehow points it out. So I'm going to speak in actual.
Pointed out, yeah.
But he said, maybe we're thinking of that reverse gravity spell not quite the right way. So it's 10d6 if they fall all the way, right? But then they also fall up at first. So if it happens to be inside some place that's tall, they take the damage twice.
Yeah.
We could also use it to gain height advantage, to scale a wall.
Oh, that's so smart. Like if we're trying to get to the top of the thing. Like, or into the castle. Yeah. That's very smart.
What level spell is it?
It's like, 7.
Never mind.
Yeah, Rylar says, that seems kind of a waste to waste a 7th level spell when you could just turn this into birds and fly.
But that's also like a 7th level, 8th level spell.
I was thinking about putting it on the glyph.
But it's 7th level.
Which would allow it to be utility and not waste a spell slot for the utility.
But don't you need a 7th level spell slot?
That's why I asked, because I can't do it. I was trying to find it.
I see what they're doing.
Never mind. Tried.
Out of character, how many of those grenades you used? One of your grenades. Was that the only one you had?
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna make another one.
All right.
Yeah. Rylar still has one.
So you do not. I'm gonna say
Rylar
that
and Emillynn still.
you don't want to make it
one
inside
side.
this pocket dimension.
Okay.
You get the sense that maybe it's a bad idea to make it inside this pocket dimension. So, I mean, technically speaking, you can open your bag of holding or your Heward's handy haversack inside this pocket dimension. That's okay, because it's actually its own space, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it is also an extra dimensional space. And what you're doing with when you create the nade using the glyph of warding within the space of it, you kind of are almost kind of breaching the two spaces. Excuse me, not breaching, bridging the two spaces of the
I would
bag of
imagine
holding.
it's on a separate plane. It would only work in that plane
Yeah, well,
of existence, essentially.
exactly. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's fair. That's fair. Okay.
For folks
the
who
one
don't
that-
know what we're talking about, we have a house rule that was a clever creation of Extirpate Fate over there, where he made a convincing argument that you can actually cast like a long-term spell onto a glyph of warding when you're casting the glyph of warding within a bag of holding, and then when it would allow you to actually transport the glyph to places that you normally wouldn't be able to. If you know the spell and check out the spell, read the spell, that'll all will make more sense. Why you would need to do that, because normally you can't do that. I don't want to go into the specifics of it, but it was a very clever idea.
Thank you.
And so I love to reward creativity and cleverness. And so I went ahead and bent the rules a little to create our own house rule about it, and I dig it. He is limited on the number he can create. I forgot what the limit was. 3, okay.
One per every ability
Gotcha. Gotcha.
node. So I think on my next one, if I take another level in Paladin, I'd get an ability score increase. And then I'd be able to create 4 or whatever.
Gotcha.
But Emillynn has one and Rylar has one.
Correct.
I can't remember what's on Emilynn's. Do you remember it?
You written down? I know Rylar created one with he made a planar binding grenade glyph.
That's right. That's right. And then
I don't remember her making
I don't
one.
remember.
I don't remember her making one either.
Yeah.
I think you
I
had
thought
2.
No, I only made 1.
Pretty sure it was just you and Rylar who made him.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, you know, I could be mixing because Rylar asked Emillynn for the haversack to be able to use.
That's
the,
correct. He's carrying the haversack so that he
That's
could
right.
use
Okay.
it. That's right.
Okay. Okay. I was like, Emillynn was a part of that. Why?
Yeah.
It's that. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Well, but
So
I
the
think it
question
ended up being now he ended up getting another haversack too. Remember?
Yes. Yes.
So you still have a handy haversack.
Okay. So the question is what's the best way to approach this spire? I mean, is head on like this the best way? Should we try to loop around up underneath, try to get behind it, come from the north?
Let's take a look at the map.
All right. So if you take a look at the Loomspire Crag, I think that's what it's called, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
You guys are effectively at the start of the letter G. You're kind of just north of that little tree copse. Although you can see that tree copse in the distance. They're not. It's just they're a rotten, dead copse of trees. And again, this whole northern part of the island is kind of covered in clouds, but you do denote as you've gotten closer and closer to the Gloomspire Crag, which isn't the actual name of the place, but the citadel of the Triumvirate is over it is this dark swirling mass of clouds, slowly swirling, not quickly, just kind of slowly swirling, but it's just even darker than everywhere else. And yeah, like I said, you're roughly 8 miles out now.
So do we try to...
Actually, no, that's not right. You would have been a lot closer, I thought. I'm backing up. I think I remember that you guys were only an hour's walk away. You're like within just under 4 miles away. Like you can definitely see the city now in the huge citadel at the center of it. Like it's very obvious and visible. I think 8 miles would be a bit too far to be able to see that so distinctly.
That's fair.
I mean, it is a wide flatland, and they're flanked by mountains. But anyway, sorry, to answer your question, I guess I should let you ask your question. I apologize.
So, I mean, do we just go straight at it? Or...
If you're about an hour away by walking, you're over there thinking about their druid.
She's reading her spells and...
That's what it looked like. Looks like she was deep in thought, pondering her spells.
Hey, Fern.
Yeah.
When Chonkapillar takes on its different forms,
Yeah.
like how far away can Chonkapillar be from you before you start to not sense anything?
It's a good question. She's looking for the DM for answers.
Cause like he's never. Chonkapillar's never really been that far from me.
Yeah. What's the rule for like familiars / animal companions?
I think it's.
It's like a mile or 1,000.
Is it that?
Yeah.
I thought it was. I think it's different depending on whether it's an animal companion.
I feel like you're right. It is a little different.
Let's see, 5e.
I know within a certain range, I think it's through senses. Otherwise, it's just vision.
But see, he's more than just like a regular kind of animal companion. He's kind of a hybrid between a familiar and an animal companion. Like a unique. Okay, that's a long ass article. Why the hell do I need to see that? So I'm going to roll that it's similar to familiar as far as your empathic communication with it, and it says 100 feet. But I'm going to rule that she can sense Chonkapillar. I think just as long as it's on the same plane of existence. So there's no limit to how far she can sense Chonkapillar. Of course, there's a limit to how fast he can travel.
Yeah. Okay. So, Fern, another question for you.
Yeah.
I have known other magic users in the past to be able to kind of sort of see through their companion's eyes for a brief amount of time. Have you ever tried anything like that with Chonkapillar?
No.
The reason I ask is maybe we could use Chonkapillar to kind of be our eyes for a little ways out.
Look into my eyes, Chonkapillar. Do we want to switch to the 4-panel scene? Or
Thank you, yes.
look into my eyes, Chonkapillar, and you're gonna look at me, and then I'm gonna look at you through. You know what I mean. Does it work?
No.
No, it
Add a
doesn't
character,
work.
do you have the spell clairvoyance or clairaudience?
Is that a druid spell?
I don't think so. I don't remember.
No. You have clairvoyance.
All right, so there goes that plan.
Hang on a second.
But Chonkapillar would tell me what he sees.
It'd be nice to have a higher up view of the areas that we're potentially traveling to.
I agree. Do you have anything super cool, Lorkris, that I could possibly see? I mean, I could try to scry. I could tomorrow. I could try to scry on one of the guys.
I'm gonna have you roll a knowledge nature check. Ow.
Me?
Yeah.
Nature check?
Yeah. And you can too, since.
Oh yeah, I have nature now.
22.
28.
Okay. So both of you, you've learned a lot.
19.
You've learned a lot from the two of them. Both of you get the sense that is okay. You do feel like that if you establish your empathic connection with Chonkapillar and focus on it after 1 minute, you can start seeing through his eyes and hearing what he hears. Okay, but only out to 100 feet. However, you both kind of think that it's possible that you could scry through Chonkapillar. So effectively, using him as sort of a flying mobile focal point. I mean, So you know, to be able to scry on something, you need to have some sort of familiarity of it, right?
Well, if I tried to scry on one of the guys that we fought.
Yeah, it's not enough familiarity, really. I mean, I guess.
Well, I saw him.
You might seeing isn't enough. I mean, there's a chance. There's also a chance that you won't be able to. It'll fail. But like the thing is that, like I said, you guys think that this isn't normal for 5th Ed, but I mean, your Chonkapillar isn't a normal kind of familiar or animal companion. So you're pretty confident that, you know, again, because you can sense Chonkapillar at any range, and you can see through his eyes and hear him from a certain distance, that like it sort of can become an extension for your scry to be able to like kind of, he's seeing, right? And then you become.
But you can only see out 10 feet from the scry, from the point of scry.
No, I understand that, but he's seeing what you should scry on.
You can move him around.
Well, he could even be hundreds of feet up, right?
Yeah.
But
So-
if he's visualizing something, she can't see it because clairvoyance doesn't go that far. But she could scry through him.
Yeah, so if you are able to scry on him, you won't have to worry about who you're scrying on making a save. And then they won't know that they're being scryed on because you're scrying on Chonkapillar.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's only because he's a unique spirit creature, a spirit animal. I was wondering how long it would take you guys to start asking about the things you could do with Chonkapillar.
I mean, I know we can send him out.
Well, you're super faint. Is your mic off?
I totally forgot to unmute myself. Or I coughed.
Happens. It happens.
Hey, at least I've never done the reverse, which is to leave my mic on while I go to the bathroom.
Don't manifest it.
That is why I always take mine off,
Yeah, it's kind of smart.
just in case.
Probably smart. We should get in that habit. All right, back to it.
I leave my lapel on. I just unplug it and just set the unit down.
That's smart too.
Yeah. Okay. So
that
question
means that I have to prepare scrying then.
So my question still stands.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going directly at it? Are we going to try to circle around?
Well, see, that's the thing. We don't know very much about their area.
Rylar raises his hand.
Yes, Rylar.
What? I was just stretching.
Let's say, does your friend Bunkai have any information about?
No, Bunky went chat dark. I don't hear him at all.
So Bunky doesn't want to talk to us?
Not that he
just
doesn't
imagine-
want to. He just can't right now, I think.
I just imagine Bunky actually going, okay, Rylar, I'm going chat dark. And then just
All right.
every time
No.
he thinks about it, you just see it be right back. Be back soon.
No. Bunkai went ! Lurk.
Philip looks like you guys see Philip, and it looks like he's kind of thinking about something.
Philip, what are you thinking about?
I don't know. Is there some way you guys could like disguise yourselves?
Just imagine Philip when he's thinking, he's just revolving around my head.
Mm-hmm. He's pacing around your head.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Fern can turn us into animals. Is that what you mean?
But there aren't very many animals around here.
Not live ones. Not live ones.
Can she?
I forgot to do the lift. Sorry.
Can you make us look like dead animals?
It just says your magic turns others into beasts. Choose any number of willing creatures that you can see within range. You transform each creature into a form of a large or smaller beast with a challenge rating of 4 or lower. On subsequent turns, you can use your action to transform the affected creatures into a new form. The transformation lasts for the duration for each target or until the or dies.
So you guys don't have any other spells outside the box that you're not thinking about, that you haven't used before, whatever, that would work? I mean, you're a bard, you know. Can't you do like
I can say I don't have anything that will getting there. I have something that could assist us in a fight.
I am not one of those illusion bards.
Yeah, that's true. I've been with you all the time. I would know that, wouldn't I?
Yes, you would.
Okay. Well, what about, okay.
I mean, if we were like in a low magic world, I could totally plane shift us.
That was not in character, everybody.
That wasn't in character. That was
Funny though.
Druid.
Maybe you got, Philip says, maybe you guys should lo-fi it then. You don't need magic to make a disguise. You're a bard and you said you can do anything now.
And by anything, what are you referring to, Philip?
Looks like we got people with ideas over here.
No, I have a question.
I have an idea.
Here's a question. Let's start with her question. Hold your idea.
All of the trees were dead, right?
Yeah.
So I'm guessing tree stride, which is different than the teleport.
Yeah, that wouldn't really help much. I don't see how that would help you. I mean, it would just let you travel across the lands faster, but. So out of character, real quick, I have a question regarding your transforming of animals. What's the, can you transform the group into animals that are, what's the minimum size that they could turn into?
Well, it says large or small, so I could do really small creatures.
So small and tiny aren't necessarily the same thing. In 5th ed, tiny is tiny, like a rat or a mouse or something.
Small is like a cat.
Small is like, well, it'd be like, I guess.
Well, it just says large or small. And it says beast.
And it says beast. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. So I mean, okay, small would be I guess a cat would probably, or something would be the smallest kind of animal that I could think of. I don't know, unless you guys get creative. Rabbit. I don't know. That's probably
I was
tiny.
kind of, because Fern likes bugs and stuff.
Those are tiny. Unfortunately.
Okay.
Well, looks like Lorkris has an idea over there. What's up?
Think there's any way we can disguise some roaming skeleton like us?
You cut out a little bit there. Say again?
Do you think we'd be able to disguise a handful of skeletons to look like us? And I'll just tell them to walk that way.
Question.
Yeah.
How long do you have control over them?
I don't know. But we have seen when they're given a command, they just follow that. So if I tell them to walk in a direction, I'd imagine.
So if she does disguise a group of skeletons to look like us, that could work. but they'd still be giving off some sort of undead aura to the other undead. Correct?
Yes. However, seeing a group walk in a direction will immediately grasp attention. It doesn't have to last for a long time. But if they see something moving that looks, I would investigate. They clearly want us dead, so that means at least a resource away. And they are probably more likely to act quickly rather than stop and analyze. I mean, it is an assumption, but would you take that bet if you were them?
Would definitely be worth investigating.
That's resources away from whatever we're doing.
Philip asked, "What? But how are you gonna actually get into their castle or even their city? Is there some way you all can? You know what I'm saying? Like, it seems like I don't know. Seems like you guys have an idea, have something you can do."
Lorkris, question for you about your
Yeah.
your ability to be seen as undead.
Mm-hmm.
Does that only apply to you, or is it within a certain aura of you?
It's only me.
Actually, you haven't
As far
actually
as I
tried to
understand.
extend it. Where'd it go? The dice fell.
I mean,
So I hinted at the idea. No, I didn't. I said you would have a natural understanding of it. You do sense that it is an aura.
I could probably make us seem undead. Need to be pretty close though. Like, real tight. Now, same time, if we think about it, a small party moving is a smaller target. Could arguably
But the only
for sake of brevity, I'm just gonna clearly state my idea because I don't know how I would finding the words how Lorkris should explain it would be different. Yeah. So the thought would be Fern transforms you three into something small that can ride on top of Guar. Where it's Guar and I walking, so we're a small condensed group, everything fits within the aura. It can also make them suspect that you guys have abandoned me, and they would be less likely to think that you guys are with me because you're smaller footprint. We could be a lot more mobile. We have a couple of hours of that, and you guys can just pop out whenever you need to. Yeah?
Yeah. But also, if I just cast it on all of us, then we can start as wolves, then once we get there, we can turn into birds, and then fly over to the top, and then turn into mice.
So, real quick, I want to interrupt that. If you're going to turn everybody into birds, you can just turn them into birds now and fly over all of the problem, right?
Yeah, but we ran into the issue with Guar.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, you still run into the issue of Guar if you do it when you get there. It's still the same, right? The issue is that you're concerned about how it might traumatize Guar if you turn him into something.
I could also talk to him and just be like, "Hey, man, it's going to be fine."
Or turn him into a small dog.
Or listen, you guys. I do have this spell. It's called something. It's called Transmute Rock. So if we get to the wall, and we need to get through the wall, if the wall is not magical, I can just turn it into mud and then just walk through the wall.
But we don't know what's on the other side of the wall.
Yeah.
We can listen.
Philip's like, that's a good idea for when you got to get there, but you got to figure out how to get there first. I kind of like Lorkris' idea somehow or another.
Mm-hmm.
If you practice, how far around do you think this aura would be? Out of character, how long is your aura? How large is your aura for the
10 feet.
10 feet?
10 foot, yeah. All the auras that are like come from the features and traits are going to be 10 feet until I get a lot further. So like I think I have to look at what the class features, but they will eventually go to, but I have no to even have that as a base.
Wow, say again?
Yeah, you cut out.
Sorry. It's a 10-foot aura until I'm much higher level as a paladin or cleric. And then I believe it'll extend out to like 30 feet, but
Okay.
I'm nowhere near close to that.
Go ahead and roll me if your character wants to try practicing it right now, since you guys are talking about it and you're curious about it, go ahead and try rolling me a concentration check, which I think would be like a con save.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh. 12.
Yeah. You get the sense that you might need to practice it, but you do feel like you can extend this aura to about a 5-foot radius.
While you're practicing, myself and Philip are encouraging you.
Yeah. So now he can add a D10 to that. And wait, Rylar has guidance, I think, doesn't he? So he helps you with the guidance too, which I think is another. I don't remember what guidance is. D4.
D4.
That's a D4.
Yeah, okay, it's a D4. You want me to try it again?
Sure.
Are you gonna keep this? Do you want him to re-roll the D20 as well, or just add the other?
Just add the others
dice to
into the roll that you had.
Oh.
Yeah.
Plus 11.
Yeah.
23.
So
I rolled a 10 and a 1.
You're pretty sure if you concentrate
Ooh, go
on it,
D10.
that it does require your concentration. So it means you can't take actions, but you can extend that aura out to a 5-foot radius. So if you can come up with a way of, you could basically create a mask for the crew as long as they're within 5 feet of you. Now, obviously, Gore is large, so he might, portions of him won't fit in that radius, but in general, from a distance,
I mean,
Even with their telepathic communication or whatever, like whatever effect is affecting.
well, they don't have a telepathic communication.
Not telepathic, but like.
it's only when I cast a spell on myself.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I
tried.
can see that.
Mhm.
I mean, I think that would be a fair argument, but I can see where
So
it's not quite the same sort of thing.
I'm not finishing though. Yeah. So the thing is though, just because parts of him would extend out doesn't mean he wouldn't necessarily register as part of that, right? Especially if you disguise him.
Just turn us all into little pocket rats?
No. Yeah. So you can't turn yourself into rats because it says small, not tiny. So you're kind of limited there. The smallest you can get is like a what's those big like a mancoon, big ass cat.
Mancoon.
Yeah, mancoon.
Mancoon.
So that's the smallest that you can get. As far as the radius goes, it's a 5-foot radius from around you, right? Mm-hmm. So portions of him might stick out of that. But as long as most of him is kind of in that aura, like unless somebody really takes their time and looks. But the thing is that appearance-wise, he doesn't appear undead. So you would need to come up with some clever solution for helping him, making him look the way he he's sensed as.
So we should just, when we get out of here, we're gonna strip all of the armors and stuff off of these undead guys and make like a, you know, cloak for Gwar. And then we'll
Well,
just like
all the-
rub some dirt on him and make him kind of dead. And like we could like draw like a skull and crossbones on his eyeballs or something, make him look dead.
Why don't you just get some more of the dried fruit, preferably red berries?
Yeah, just make him look dead and bled it out and stuff or whatever. Yeah, there's gonna be lots of clothes out there when we get out there.
What's prestidigitation saying?
Spell is a minor magical trick that novice spellcasters use for practice. You create one of the following magical effects within range. You create an instantaneous harmless sensory effect such as a shower of sparks, a puff of wind, faint musical notes, or an odd odor. Instantaneously light or snuff out a candle, torch, or campfire. Instantaneously clean or soil an object no longer than 1 cubic foot. You still warm or flavor up to 1 cubic foot of non-living material for an hour.
Yeah.
I mean,
Skip to something that fits.
yeah. You create a non-magical trinket or an illusionary image that can fit in your hand. Oh no. So, I mean,
In the old 3.5, am I remembering that you could, was it a different spell? I thought with prestidigitation you could make something dirty or clean it.
yeah, you can do that with the 5th edition one.
Yeah.
Instantaneously clean or soil an object. Prestidigitation.
So you soil him with, you could have Rylar use prestidigitation to soil him, right? Make him look like he's been lying in the mud or the dirt because he was dead. Like you said, you maybe use some berries to make it look like blood.
The cantrip, so it lasts an hour. Rylar would just have to recast it every hour, however long we need to disguise him for.
Would you be able to cast it while in animal form?
Well, so the spell only lasts an hour if it's something that's relative to the thing. But if you're using prestidigitation to soil something,
Oh.
The soiling wouldn't change.
yeah, the soiling wouldn't change.
Yeah.
You're basically magically covering something in dirt. And vice versa, if you're cleaning something, it's not going to suddenly become dirty when the spell runs out.
So Rylar can make him dirty and then clean him up when we need to.
Although, you could just ask him to roll around in the dirt, and that would probably work too, right? I suppose. I mean, he's a puppers, and they like doing that
He
anyway.
is a pupper.
I know that you answered this question for me before, but technically too big to ride Gwar, right?
You are,
Yeah. Yes.
but, yeah.
Fern can.
I would imagine what would make the most amount of sense is for you three to be birds so that you could pop off and scout real quick and come back if necessary, as well as you'd be considerably lighter that you could either perch on my shoulder or on the back of Gwar and maintain a relatively low profile.
Yeah, that's right. You guys could turn into birds. Was that something actually in the spell?
It's the fact that shifting Gwar's form is the issue.
No, I understand that. I'm just thinking in terms of either I screwed up before because I was thinking in terms, but like we must have researched it because I wouldn't have allowed you to turn into birds if they were smaller than small. So.
Oh, we turned into like large birds when
Okay.
we dove down.
That's true. Well, yeah, one was
Because you went with the crow,
went with
I
the
went
crow.
the raven. Bigger than you once.
Yeah.
The smallest was Rylar
What was Rylar again?
as like a pigeon.
Was he a pigeon? Okay, yeah. That's still pretty small. I mean, it's almost a tiny, but yeah, I guess
The only issue with that is when we did that last time, remember Philip didn't transform.
Well, Philip says, I
was
can't be
getting
seen or
trailed
hurt by
around. You got
anything,
dragged
though,
around.
so, you know.
True, I keep forgetting that now that everybody can see you, Philip.
Yeah. But then that way, we have a way to scout. At least. And then you guys would be all condensed nice and tight. You guys can pop out when you need to, if you need to.
It's just my really big spell. So, you know. I'm happy to do it, but I'm just saying.
Could you ritually cast it?
No.
Could you think really, really hard tonight when you sleep and see if you can ritually cast it?
I cannot.
That sounds like someone who's not even willing to try.
I mean, I can try for sure to think
You made
about
me
it
try to
really
extend
hard. I just know I have to concentrate on it.
Concentrate harder, Fern.
I've?
It's actually fate talking, not.
I know. We could tell.
There's a certain tone that you get when you shift
Yeah.
from Lorkris, sassing Fern, to Fate, sassing
Sassing
Druid.
Druid. Yeah,
There's a
yeah.
certain tone
Would
shift.
would Rylar still be able to use his telepathic communication while as a bird?
Oh, absolutely.
That's more of an yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I figured as much. So you can at least still communicate. I know it's a big spell, but if anything, it can get us.
I mean, do you want me to have like a heart-to-heart with Gwar and just ask him like if he is willing to give it a try?
You can at least talk to him. Because
I mean, if I say, you're gonna do it anyway, aren't you?
Well, no, I'm asking you your permission. He's your dog now. Yeah, I know. That was harsh. But, you know, you guys are like bonded and stuff.
Emillynn, what happened to Fern? She asked for permission to do something.
I'm trying to be respectful of you because I really like you.
I also
I
think
could
she's
just do it.
I also think she's asking permission because Gwar is still skittish around females.
You go ahead and ask him, but I mean,
if
Gwar.
anything, Fern, if we are going to do this, it'd be nice to let Gwar know that you will be transforming some of us into birds.
I mean that.
Well, I can talk to him literally and whenever.
Yeah. But talk to him and see what Gwar says.
Ruff, 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 rar, rar, rar.
Guar's looking at you.
Ruff, 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 rar, rar, rar. Ruff, 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 ruff.
He looks confused.
Gwar. You speak wolf.
He whines.
You don't speak wolf?
He shrugs.
Okay, Lorkris, you talk to him.
Fern, what happened?
He doesn't speak wolf.
Does he?
Gwar shakes his head.
It's okay, bud. Fern wants to know if you would be comfortable
with being a bird.
temporarily, for a short period of time, turning into a bird
To fly.
to fly. Yeah, I didn't think so. It's okay, bud. I don't like flying.
Fern, go ahead and roll me a nature check.
18.
You get the sense that oh yeah, you too. Anybody who wants to roll nature, actually, who has it as a skill, which would be him too.
20.
I'm waiting on him because I know he wants to roll too.
21.
Nice. So you said 16, Fern? Wow, you rolled crappy, didn't you?
I really did.
Okay, it's still good. The DC was only 15. You realize that it wasn't that Guar can't speak wolf. He's just having trouble speaking.
I only ask Guar yes or no questions right now.
He looks up at you. Because, you know, he can understand everything you guys are talking about. He doesn't just speak wolf. He also,
I know he
he's
doesn't.
human, so he speaks common. He's just stuck in this.
I know, I was trying to reach him on his level.
No, you're right. You're right. I mean, out of character, you did the right
You
thing.
had to stand on the stool.
You were going to say something?
Lorkris holds her up so she can talk to Guar.
That's so mean. That's funny. She's going to smack you. All right, what were you going to say?
No.
Oh, yeah, I was just saying, so
Bring it.
right now, only ask Guar yes or no questions. Okay. I do apologize
Listen,
to
Guar.
Guar saying, I'm sorry, I completely forgot that you understand us. Please forgive me.
No, I knew that you could understand us. I just figured I would give you a chance to speak as a dog or a wolf.
He looks at you with sad
Sorry.
puppy eyes and wags his tail, as if he forgives you, or as if you don't even need forgiveness. You know, that's how dogs do that. It's like dogs. Sometimes they look at you like you don't need forgiveness.
You know, they know things.
Mm-hmm. They do.
They know things.
They know things
And then
wag
after
their
he
tails.
does that, he just gingerly gives gives Lorkris a big lick on his forehead.
But Guar, I'm just
And I just
saying,
wipe it on him.
Guar, I'm not trying to be an asshole or anything. It would just be very nice if we could fly there really quickly. And avoid all of the shenanigans.
There is no avoiding any shenanigans.
Well, I mean the bulk of the shenanigans.
So he looks down like he's sad, like he's disappointed you, and he looks
You
like
didn't
he's...
disappoint me, I'm just saying.
No, but that's what he looks like. He feels like he's disappointed you,
Yeah.
and he's thinking,
Just think about it, we have time. You know, so I just want to make sure I understand what we're all talking about right now. Because I was kind of thinking about what spells I want to have prepared. So I was kind of listening. Because I'm not good at this planning stuff, so, you know. What we're gonna do is when we are out of here, I'm gonna turn the three of us into birds. And then we're all gonna just huddle up close to you and Guar. And we're just gonna walk there because we're gonna, everybody's gonna just see us as undead because of your aura. And then we're gonna get there, and then as we get closer, we'll, you know, fly and scout and stuff. And if we're too afraid to do that, then I'll send out Chonkapillar and I'll scry on Chonkapillar. And then we'll try to find a way to get into the thing. And then what we'll do is then, you know, we'll either fly over or something or whatever. And, or I could do like, you know, the thing where I can turn the wall into mud. And then we're inside.
So Rylar
Right.
raises his hand and he asks, well, how come we can't also turn Lorkris into a bird too if you're going to cast a spell anyway? I mean, wouldn't 4 birds riding on Guar be way easier?
If your aura only extends out a certain
mean, a 5 foot radius is still a 5 foot radius. Effectively, it's a. I mean, yeah, obviously he's smaller. But, you know, I mean, yeah, I mean, it would make a bit of a difference, but not enough to make.
It wouldn't take up all of Guar, would it? If
I
it
mean,
was small.
Yeah, but I mean, again, it doesn't necessarily have to take up all of Guar.
Gotta take out most of them.
Yeah.
Well, I know Fate doesn't want to be a bird.
Yeah, I don't want to be
I
a
can
bird.
tell just by the
That's
look
it.
on his face.
Fate doesn't like to fly, therefore Lorkris doesn't like to fly. Felt weird. It's necessary, but
Well, Philip's like, well, you know, if Lorkris doesn't feel like being a bird, he could be something else that's easier to ride on Guar. Out of character, did I have a good reason why you couldn't ride Guar? He's as large as a
because
horse.
I was too big.
Because you're too big, your weight, I guess?
Yeah. But so like, which there's a part of me that like looks at it in a way like, okay, as a direwolf, they're not really meant to be a ridden animal.
Right.
Okay. However, he is a large creature, which
Yeah.
you described as like the size of a horse.
Yeah.
Or pretty much.
Yeah.
I at least imagine like a pony or a donkey at minimum, but bigger. So
Closer to a
there's
small
part of me
horse,
that-
but yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
Go on.
I mean, I'd imagine I could probably technically ride Guar, albeit not very effectively. It wouldn't be like riding a horse. You probably wouldn't
Right.
have the same movement, so it would be kind of pointless, or really wouldn't make a traveling difference. And then some of it's kind of out of respect for Guar. Now that doesn't mean that Guar couldn't like if I went down for the count and I wasn't able to move, you guys could load me up on Guar and you could take me. Yeah, very practical. You could easily transport one of you guys, or one of us, but not in the riding sense like we would get out of. Is my interpretation of that.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of, you envision direwolves or wargs as having small creatures that ride them, like a, like a goblin or a kobold, right? Kind of thing. But I guess technically orcs did too, and orcs can be pretty big. So I would say that I'm gonna kind of rescind / retroact house rule that you can ride Guar, but like he would need you would need to rest
Get
a
a
little
saddle.
more often, maybe, just. Or again, if you if you can somehow mitigate the weight, or if you can. If you change your form, obviously, where you're something that's smaller, then it becomes a mood issue. So that's whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah.
Make you a little direwolf pup and put you in a little backpack.
Yeah.
Kind of like the reverse of what we have in Diablo. That's awesome.
I slight tangent. I have thought buying the white wolf backpack for my ranger, for my rogue, because I can't carry it over to my necro.
Yeah.
It's the only reason why I haven't done it, which upsets me because if I
why
did,
can't-
I would 100%.
Why you can carry over from season to season?
No. The ornament of the wolf backpack,
Yeah.
the white one, which is the rogue,
Yeah.
is only for the rogue.
Yeah.
Oh, are
only
you
for the rogue.
serious?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
lame.
Which is why the one that we have fits for everybody, but it's not the white one. And I'm like, I want the white one, but it
Yeah.
doesn't make sense to be a rogue with the white
I've been wanting to
bar.
buy it for Starkitty as a present, but you can't buy those things for somebody else. It's so stupid. Like, Blizzard, what are you thinking? Anyway, we're getting off on a tangent.
Anyway.
I mean, I'd probably like.
I just want to try to get the most out of my 8th level spell.
No, I got you.
And, you know, and we can always like rest before we actually like, once we're in there, we can just, you know, try to make sure that we're not caught for like 30 seconds while Ray makes a door, and we could be like, make the door and a little portal to our happy little house here.
Well, if we
in
think,
the building.
we think about it,
Or the castle.
we could arguably do something similar.
I just wish I could make Guar practice, but I don't have any spells available right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably, if Guar was willing to, I'd probably, like, back and forth if we wanted to cover some ground quickly.
Or if we turn you into a big enough bird. Oh no, but then
That
I
would
don't
be
know.
pretty obvious.
Yeah, but if we have like you as a really big bird, and we could just turn Guar into like a smaller dog, and we could just carry Guar.
Cool. That still doesn't change the bird fact.
Yeah. Yeah, and Rylar, he has his hand up. He's like, so did we, part of Fern's recap of the plan, we're supposed to like, we're supposed to disguise, if he goes in wolf form, then Guar's gonna get disguised to make him look dead? Okay. Or undead.
That's the part of the whole like turning into the stuff, you know?
I mean, we should, how about this? We just do what we do best. We improvise. I mean, you could turn yourselves into some birds or some smaller creatures to ride on top of Guar while Guar and I travel, making us all look like we're undead. Not like we're going very far. If any of you can fly, then you guys can quickly branch off and recon, figure out where we need to go. And we have enough time, we could then just go right back into this dimensional tavern, prep ourselves, and then go in.
And Rylar's like, so are you gonna ride Guar?
Probably not.
Well, but then that'll slow
Only
you down,
because-
right? Because he can move a lot faster than you.
Wouldn't say a lot faster, but yeah. I mean,
I didn't mean it like that, Papa Lorkris. I just meant like, you know, add a character. Didn't I give him like a 60-foot move?
50.
50-foot move, okay.
Yeah.
That's almost twice
I mean-
as fast, so he really can move.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean, as long as you guys stay close, sure. But it's gonna be just a quick burst. We're not that far away. Get in close, get in tight. You guys recon. Come back and we who knows?
Philip
may
says,
find a door.
Look, Lorkris, I know, big guy, that you don't like this, you know, the whole flying thing and stuff. You know, it's not so bad once you get used to it. You know, that's kind of the way I only operate and stuff. But you know, you gotta quit being a wolf about it and stuff, buddy. You're the big, strong Lorkris, dude. You gotta go ahead and, you know. I think you should all be vultures, because then it makes sense that the vultures are like stuck on this dead wolf it's undead now, and they're trying to feed off of it, and then, you know, it would be perfect.
It's a brilliant idea, Philip.
Only because I've been listening to you guys, him all around and stuff. You know.
Hey, you've helped me get through things and get out of things.
Oh, only because you guys have come up with the first idea. I'm just kind of, you know, help flesh it out. You know, that's the thing.
Also,
Role playing with his eyes. I love it over there.
To add on to what Philip's saying, Lorkris, you don't necessarily have to fly. You can just stay on Guar.
So then what would be the difference?
Well, the difference is that you know, the
Guar moves faster.
the disguise looks better, or move faster, right? And if you have to get away by flight, you can. And, you know, yeah.
You also not want to transform because you want to be able to make sure you can kill stuff if you need to, as Lorkris.
Perhaps. Besides, I can always grab some of their armor.
Oh.
Look like one of them.
I mean, he's got a point there. Anybody got any spells to make Worth stronger?
Make what?
Make Worth stronger. No, okay.
I think I do.
I mean, stronger? No.
I mean,
Make him more resilient.
I mean, I can make him faster with haste.
well, that won't last long though, right?
Fast as fuck, boy! Sorry.
I can also. I can do, but the problem is that it's also a concentration spell.
Yeah. So you know, how long does the bird? How long does your bird spell last again?
Like 8 hours or something.
okay.
Hold on,
Yeah.
let me double check.
Yeah, we got tons of time.
Tons of time. Lots of time. 24 hours!
Yeah.
Just kidding. 24.
I mean, honestly,
But I had to
listen to
concentrate.
you guys. I think actually him disguising himself and then disguising, you know, the wolf and stuff. I mean, it's not bad. They might even think that they were successful in killing the wolf, right?
Yeah. And I still have this, and I'll reach into the quiver and I'll pull out the 9 live stealer. They're looking for Goliath with a glaive, not a short sword.
All right, out of character. I think you guys have a plan.
And then we improvise from there.
Yeah, because you
That's
know
really
us,
what's gonna
we're
happen.
never gonna totally. That's why another reason why.
One question about you using the 9 live stealer. Since it is a magic weapon, would a random undead be carrying a magic weapon?
That's a fair point.
You have a regular sword. You have a have a
and
regular.
I'll just put that back and just pull out the gladius.
The what?
Which is just a nice sword.
The gladius blade.
Oh, that's right. It wasn't even a magical. It was just masterworks.
No, it was +1. I mean,
Right.
it's magical in that sense, but not magical as a like.
Yeah, it's +1, but I don't think it was magical, right? I think it was just
No.
masterworks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it had the same damage output as a longsword.
Right.
I'm just saying
I
because
could-
you know some of those guys can detect magic.
That's true. He's always so clever. I know. He's the clever one. You're all clever. We're all clever, except when you're not. But you know, you guys usually just slough it. You just kind of you're scuff. So you know that's how you make it through things sometimes.
Also, you guys, I could take Skyride and just be like meeting with usurper at the edge of forest, and they could all go over there, and then we'll sneak into the castle.
Fern.
With that, I think I need to go to bed.
Yeah. All right. So
is that the yes?
if you guys are good with all the planning, what we'll do is I'm going to do exposition the rest so that we have a moment, because I have some stuff to describe to you. If you guys are cool and you feel like you've come up with a plan and you've done all your role playing, then I'll exposition what happens in the morning when you come out.
Let me take my long rest.
All right, and make sure you pick the spells that we've talked about.
Yeah. And I picked a new one. I think it's appropriate.
I took it. I was like, wait, did I get it?
Yeah.
It's funny, in moments like this, you guys end up being, like, digital tools are meant to free us to make things easier, but sometimes they actually lock you in and make it harder. You gotta click on stuff, whereas with analog, we just go, oh, okay,
Erase.
I picked this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Or
yeah.
depending on your character class, you don't have to prepare spells.
That's true too. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So
I do.
when we rest, we get back all of our hit points? Or...
No, remember you can if you use your hit dice. You can actually just do a short rest and spend your hit dice, and then your long rest, you get all your hit dice back. So technically speaking, if you just have a short rest and then a long rest, which you guys technically have already had a short rest, so just roll your hit dice. And then of course, since you're gonna do a long rest and you're in a safe space, you can also blow all your healing spells too. Whatever you want to do. You can use your lay on hands.
I would have healed. I would have done like the rest of my spell slots would have been like cure wounds or something.
Yeah.
I was only at 90 and some change.
Literally all of you except Rylar have heal spells. So you guys got plenty of healing.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. We would have all been.
If somebody
You have your
would
healing
prepare
word that you haven't used in
spells.
forever, right?
Mm-hmm.
I do have healing spells prepared.
Well, as a cleric, he doesn't have to have healing spells prepared. He can blow any spell for cure wounds, just like you can.
No, I can't.
Huh?
Mm-mm.
Is that not a 5th ed thing? Is that only 3.5? I'm confused about that again.
What?
I could have sworn that even in 5th ed
Yeah.
you could blow a cure wound. Like you could blow any spell for a cure wound spell, just like you can blow a spell slot that's higher for a lower level spell.
For
Yeah.
a
I
cleric?
don't have any feature about that.
Yeah, I know. I'm pretty sure clerics can do it. It's possible that anybody who has divine spellcasting can do it, but we can double check that for me. While you guys are double checking, I'll exposition what happens in the morning. You guys come out. You of course you prepare. You have all your gear on. You're rested up. You spent plenty of extra time resting and talking and getting geared up and she's saying some great songs to you guys to get you inspired and you open up the magical portal just a few minutes before the time would run out. You make your way out. The first thing that you're surprised to see is that the walls of your hovel and the ceiling have all basically been torn apart. They decided to raise your little building to the ground.
Curse you.
Yeah, and of course you're ready for a fight. It's still night. You're shocked though, because you would expect to at least see. Even if they, you kind of expected that they would assume that there's, that you guys teleported away. That was your kind of supposition, and it's a good one. But you would expect that they would at least have left something around, maybe, or The thing is you really expected at least some of those. Why would they need to take their army that they can just kind of use or raise any time? But there's literally nothing around. You look in every direction, and all you see is off in the, is the empty wasteland. Of course, as far as you can see into the night. Luckily, it turns out there's a pretty bright moon out tonight, so you can see pretty far. There's no movement out on the horizon. Nothing out there.
Do you sense any undead?
Anywhere.
Yeah.
And
so in that.
Yeah, you use your sense undead ability.
Yeah.
And and it's a 1 mile radius, right?
Yep.
You're shocked because you don't sense any undead within a 1 mile radius of you.
Well, no surprise, the answer is just as terrifying as it is at least within a mile in any direction. Which is nice knowing that there's nothing on top of us. But it's also scary because I imagine probably retreated or marched somewhere.
I should have taken Skyride. Like, where'd you guys go?
So you estimate that you guys are roughly 4 miles from the edge part of the city citadel proper, right? And so you figure it would take 4 miles an hour, so you could get to within a mile of the city within 45 minutes. If you travel a little bit faster, if you use your plan, you can actually get there. If he hoofs it a little bit more, you can get there in half the time that you would have. So in roughly 20 in about 20 minutes. If you guys turn yourselves into the birds, you were gonna try and find some armor. You are able to find. So to be clear, the destroyed undead are still destroyed. So there's still some armor and old rusty armor and weapons lying about that you can disguise yourself with. And you find some chain that you can throw over your actual armor, so you don't have to actually give up your armor, right?
Gotcha, okay.
And if you, using prestidigitation and your own kind of muddying yourself, you can make yourself look, like similar to these guys, right? And then you
can disguise your eyes with thaumaturgy.
Yeah, right.
Well, I'll get rid of that flicker.
Yeah.
Or diminish it greatly.
Are you going to keep it or are you going to not? Like, it's not a matter. You decide if you're going to keep the glowing green eyes or not.
Oh, I thought it was just the way it.
Yeah, the way you mentioned it was that flickers. I can diminish that aspect.
Yeah. So
I'm sorry
I'm
sorry I was unclear. I meant that you can either turn it off or on, and I'm not talking about the flicker. I'm talking about the green glow altogether.
Oh. No, it stays.
You know that they know to differentiate you with that on.
I mean,
if they ran into you and they saw the green glow, your character's smart enough to know that they would know who you are. I'll say this too. You guys talked a lot during the night and realized the only way they could have known and were targeting you specifically was probably because of your green eyes, because they had been scrying on the locations of the root cluster nodes. And so every time you were in or around a root cluster node, they were able to scry on those locations. That was the only reason why they would purposely target you, and the only way they could, from scrying, identify you in some way is the fact that you have the green glowing eyes. That's what differentiates you from them, because they have the blue eyes.
Yeah.
And
because I had thought this entire time that it was a fixture, that there was no changing it.
That what?
So I had thought this entire time that it was a permanent fixture and there was no changing it.
So
otherwise
technically it is a permanent fixture, but your thaumaturgy ability allows you to effectively kind of make an illusion of it so that it turns it off, so that it can't be visualized. I'm sorry that I wasn't clear about that.
Gotcha. Because technically with thaumaturgy it only lasts for a minute, so...
Is it a spell or is it a...
No, thaumaturgy is a cantrip.
Oh, it's a cantrip, so you can just kind of... Yeah. I mean, it's kind of silly that I would say that instead of having to recast it, if you just concentrate on it. Of course, if you do that, then you can't concentrate on your aura, right? Yeah. I would just say, no, I mean, back to it, I think before when we had discussed during that that setting, I had said to you that, you can actually just turn it off indefinitely so that you can make people feel less uncomfortable in the city.
I must have like either.
Yeah, I don't remember that either.
Yeah, because I would have done that like as Lorkris, because being so self-conscious, I would have
Yeah.
actively tried to kill it.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
But I mean,
I apologize
Yeah,
for not making it
neither
clear.
here nor
That was
there.
the
No,
way
it's
I
okay, it's
envisioned
okay.
it in my head, and I didn't
Gotcha.
translate that to you.
yeah, no, it's okay. I mean, Lorkris has learned to embrace it.
True.
So- For in this instance, I mean, yeah, I would imagine at any point in time where Lorkris gets feisty, I mean, that shit's coming back.
I just realized we're also, even if we go back to your perspective on it, don't you have those goggles of night vision? I know you don't need them anymore because you developed night vision, but you would have kept them in your pack. You wouldn't have given them away or sold them.
No, it was his helmet.
It's my helm.
Right, it was in the helm.
Gives me
Right,
night
right.
vision. Yeah, and it's an open face helm, as you described.
Right. Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I mean, in some aspect, I mean, I can probably surmise that using probably a bit of like, I mean, if I could just turn it off, then I'd just turn it off. Like, I would stop it.
Well, how about this?
For this.
Here, since we both had a misconception and I miscommunicated it, why don't we say that your character has been confused about it all this time too? And that during this time of you concentrating on pushing out this undead aura that you can present, that you also figured out, oh shit, I can use thaumaturgy to turn off my green eyes. Why didn't I realize that before? Then actually, is it still in keeping with your character throughout this entire campaign has had these moments where like, oh crap, I can do it this way?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
What do you
Yeah,
think?
it works for me. Sure.
Are you cool with that? Does that seem
absolutely.
fair to everybody? Okay.
Yeah.
Seems absolutely fair.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, as a player, I love it. Just
Okay.
I love the glowing eyes. Yeah, absolutely. As a player, I love it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's rad. I mean, it's like living like Ghost Rider without being Ghost Rider.
Right,
I mean, I can't-
right. That's right.
And just thinking about it, I'm like, ooh, that's terrifying.
It's cool.
Ooh, no. Yeah.
Yeah, for this whole time I wanted to make it clear that you have these glowing green eyes, you know, the triumvirate have these glowing blue eyes, and of course the enemies you fought over at the, in Fern's land was the glowing yellow eyes.
Yeah.
Anyway, because you know. Yeah.
Because, you know, there's a theme going on.
What?
Nope, I had a thought, and I'm grasping at straws to recall it.
I cast guidance.
And I would surmise in that same moment I could diminish this with thaumaturgy, but I can also make my eyes blue.
No.
Aww.
I know thaumaturgy technically says yes. I will say this. How about this? We'll compromise all the way around. We'll say that I like the way you put it. You can't turn them off completely. You can diminish them. You can diminish them down to such a tiny pinpoint of green that you can easily obscure them.
Okay. I like that. Grabs a bit of cloth, shreds it, and lets it like hang.
Yeah.
So it's kind of wispies underneath. Grabs an old skeleton, breaks off the jaw, places it. Make him look dead underneath.
I love it.
Not like it changes the look of his appearance. He's apparently so.
All right.
He is very gone.
Since we're getting close to the end of the evening, I'm going to wrap up with the sort of cliffhanger explanation. Okay. You guys spent a great deal of time. Go ahead and roll me I don't know what sort of skill check would be to disguise Guar.
Performance?
Performance. There you go. Roll me a performance check.
Oh, of course,
Hold
I
the
have the
roll.
highest performance.
Yeah. And she probably just, I don't even know what you need, but between you and Rylar's prestidigitation, you make Guar look like it kind of freaks you guys out. Like if you took him back to town now, they would all think he's undead and attack him.
Yeah, one of the other things you guys don't realize, I'm very skilled at makeup.
Yeah, what'd you get?
Yeah.
36.
Okay. Jesus. Okay.
Of course.
Yeah.
Holy
Yep.
crap.
And then she uses her 8th level spell to turn the 3 of you into vultures. You all kind of climb onto Guar's back, right? Along with you, after they help you disguise yourself as well. Go ahead and roll me your performance to help disguise him. And then, of course, he helps himself. He has some cool ideas.
Not as good as disguising Guar, but it's a 22.
Okay.
Good. And I mean, still, yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
And so everybody's in their form. Philip is just gonna basically plop his little plump body onto your back and just kind of, hang out with you.
Well, I'm a vulture.
And you guys are gonna kind of cling on to different parts of Guar, and maybe one on the back of Lorkris, probably Fern hanging on the back
Yeah.
of Lorkris. Pretend to pick at his neck every once in a while or something.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
And,
She's being so annoying.
Yeah. The soft, almost bluish white light of the moonlight shining down on the lighting up the darkness of the wasteland. You see the castle in the distance. Travel quickly on Guar. Actually, you all decide to not have him go at full speed. To go carefully, slowly.
Would imagine.
Each mile increment.
Yeah. Imagine
After-
Lorkris has a
Right.
stutter gait.
After each mile increment, during the second mile increment, you do see off in the distance to the north. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, that's right. Up to the north, it looks like you can see a patrol, a blue glowing patrol moving eastward. But they're far enough away, and you guys are pretty darn disguised at night, this far away, that with no glow or anything, right? That they don't really spot you, and they're not heading towards you. And still, even after 2 miles, you still don't sense any undead. You're shocked because you do sense, you see where the bodies, the corpses that would be in certain places, they're like little potholes where bodies would be that would have raised to be their army. Again, earlier you had seen every mile around you had roughly 100 of them. And yet they're nowhere to be found, nowhere to be seen. And each mile you get closer and closer until, you feel a sense of relief that the patrol doesn't see you and they move off in the distance. You even stop to be careful, and you make your way a little farther, and then finally you inch yourself closer to the point. Well, not inch, but you slow down and you move very slowly to the very edge of his 1 mile radius. And I don't believe that ability to sense undead. I didn't say that it has concentration, right? I don't think so. Yeah.
No.
So
The concentration is the aspect of identifying very specific aspects, but sensing it.
Right. Which, is
passive.
So, yeah. I mean, technically speaking, you could drop the aura now, right? Because there's nothing nearby. Unless, of course, you happen to be over one of those nodes and they're scrying on it. But actually, you guys are all wearing...
We can't be scryed on.
You can't be scryed on because of your gear, so it's up to you guys. But regardless, you get within just a mile of where the Great Citadel keep, the ruined keep, rising above the round city that was on a hillock, rising up to the peak of the central of the tower. That is impressive to say the least, because a mile away you can see it, and it's stunning. It's roughly the same size as the ziggurat, maybe bigger, like a bigger area, because it takes up a whole hill and everything. Probably a bigger area, but probably the same size. Both are impressive for the scale of them in different ways, right? But the central spire of the citadel is what's impressive the most, the central castle. What really shocks you as you get close enough to see, and as you breach that 1 mile radius where you're effectively 1 mile from the city, you now sense this massive wall of undead just surrounding the edge of the city. And so you have this kind of choice, this moment where you can decide whether you want to, temporarily drop concentration on your aura to focus on your ability to sense those undead, to determine, their strength in numbers. But you immediately, the first thing that jumps into your mind, the first conclusion that you have is that, wow, okay, that's where all of the dead things of the wasteland, of the battlefield have gone for some reason. You're close enough that you can kind of, even though it's dark, because of the moonlight, you can kind of see that they seem to be kind of all clustered together. Not really moving, but all clustered together. So, what do you decide to do?
Well, mentally I'm going to reach out to Rylar and explain the situation to everybody.
Okay.
And kind of get a feel for, do you guys think it's a good idea for me to drop the aura temporarily to see what I can sense? Or actually, yeah. Should I?
I think so.
Philip says two things. He said, if I remember correctly, when we were seeing those guys, every time they were around in one of those nodes, they were on a little bump, a little hill. It looks like we're in a flat area. There's some hills over there, but there's no hills around here. So if that helps you decide anything, it's something to think about. And then,
Do it.
what was the other thing I was gonna say? I don't remember now. And Rylar goes, oh, I know. Of course, he's in bird form, and you guys are just hearing him.
He just lifts his wing.
He raises his ring. Yes, he raises his wing. He goes, so it's always good to have more information on the enemy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, keep your eyes peeled. If anything starts coming after us, give me a sec, and I'll drop concentrating on extending that aura. And then I will kneel down, place my hand on the ground, and just sense directly, instead of the 1 mile radius, I want to focus it on just the wedge that is the spire.
Gotcha.
Sensing that.
Do you move a little bit farther forward?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
How
I'd
much?
probably move a little farther forward. Maybe suggesting them to hold back because I still, but
Okay.
not so far away. I'm not going league. Maybe 100 yards. Try to.
100 yards, so 300 feet?
Yeah.
Okay. That's pretty deep farther. Okay, right on. So you move 300 feet farther forward. and you want to leave them at that distance from you? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So far so good. Nothing seems to be reacting. You know, there's just basically empty wasteland for miles all around you, except forward where you're looking, you know, with the mountains in the background and the citadel and the city there in the darkness. As you get 300 feet closer, you could see that wall, like your perception of sensing the undead versus seeing them is starting to match up. And it really looks like a wall of undead. And you concentrate on it for 5 rounds, I think I said, to determine.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
Thousands of them. And they're all clustered together. And they're all that base level skeleton. Well, okay, let me back up a second. You sense hundreds of them, and then your curiosity gets the better of you, and you dig a little deeper, and you move a little farther, and that's when you start to sense more and more, and then that's, you know, your friends get a little, they kind of follow behind you, they're a little closer,
yeah.
They don't want to leave you far behind, so, but you do get the sense, it's probably, you get the sense that it's easily like a 100-yard thick wall of these things. Thousands of them all lined up. But as you also get a little bit closer, you notice something strange. And that is that there's a strange colored glow coming from that direction. From all of them, like just barely, like you could only notice it when you got a little bit closer, when you got quite a bit closer, when you got, you know, a couple of football fields closer. And
What color?
it's kind of a jade color. And Rylar leaves the group to get closer to Lorkris. Because, you know, he's got that crazy good vision. And he gets right up next to you and kind of, you know, he flops like he's like a vulture. He's getting into the act, the role play of it. Flops forward towards you. and you hear him in your head and he says, "Whoa, look at that jade." They said, "Jay, that's a weird kind of blue-green color. That's weird."
Is it more of a blue-green, or is it...
Is it a blue-green or is it a green-blue?
Yeah, cool, because jade is very green.
Sorry,
Relative to
okay.
me.
Forgive me.
Yeah.
Turquoise? I mean, I guess it's relative to your point of view, right? I mean, it's whatever color you think most fits blue-green in the middle, between blue and green.
Okay, that works.
Like this color?
And you see what the glow is, it's like all of the skeletons, well, you're not quite close enough to see what the glow is. You're within a mile, you're 300 feet within a mile, or 600 feet within a mile. So actually that's, you think if you get within a half a mile, you can really figure out what you can really see it.
Okay.
But you want to make sure they're close.
Yeah. I'm gonna have Rylar. I'm gonna tell Rylar to.
Or remember
Bring it
his
closer.
telepathy had changed since the beholder incident. You just,
Is it? Can it go that far?
oh, right.
As long
I
as it's on
forgot.
a planet.
I did give it a
Yeah, is
60-foot
it-
radius, didn't it? Or 60 feet, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Or I think it was 120.
No, that's right, it was 120. It was 120,
Because
correct.
it was much further than
Yeah.
normal.
So he'll back
yeah.
up and give them the telepathic go ahead to move closer. So you all move move closer, right? Well, you just hang on to Guar as he gallops over.
As he like sneaky paw.
Yeah. All right, so you guys are all together. You move farther up. You inch up. Well, not inch, but you move slowly up and get about half mile from this wall. Now it's obvious to what it is, and you definitely. It's like it's as if the skeletons are kind of like swaying in unison, kind of like they're stunned or like they just can't. It's really strange.
Or waiting.
It's really strange. They're just kind of this giant wall there, and they're just like this.
In getting to about a half mile away, can I sense anything further in? Beyond the wall of...
So...
Can I sense that the wall like goes all the way around the thing? It's actually
yeah, so there is
entrance.
It is a rounded city with a rounded wall, and you get the sense that these things are kind of clustered up around it. So the glow is faint.
Mm-hmm.
And what's happening is the glow seems to be emanating from kind of within them, because they're skeletons, right? Sort of like in their core. Kind of, I guess, in a way similar to what we see in Diablo. I'm not using Diablo, I had planned this long before we ever played Diablo. But
yeah. No, I got you.
There's this kind of, like our necromancers undead, they have a kind of a glow from within, right? Mm-hmm. To be clear, they're not facing outward, they're facing inward. You don't see their eyes or anything. They're all facing the city. But there's this kind of weird glow, this kind of blue-green glow. And they go all the way to the wall, and you can't really sense anything else besides them in that entire radius. And since they're deep within your 1 mile radius, like you get the sense that the city itself, it probably covers a 4 square mile area. Mm-hmm. And it's probably a couple of miles from the outer wall of the city to up the hill to the inner wall of the citadel proper. And then of course there's old ancient ruined buildings throughout the city going up that hill.
Gotcha.
But you don't sense far enough to sense anything else. I mean, at least not yet. You would have to get,
on top of.
Well, shit. I guess I could send out John Capiller.
I mean, this doesn't.
And see.
Yep, this is a good place to stop.
Yeah, because I need. I.
We've gone a little bit long, but that's okay. I think people like where we've left it.
Yes. Very nice.
Brett the Sizzling Crom gives his blessings. Welcome, sir. Insomnia Night. Hello.
That don't beat all.
Hello. Oh, we got raided? We never got.
I never saw the thing pop up.
I never saw the notification.
We got raided? Who raided?
We have to make sure that we get that notification set up.
I don't know how to.
Who rated us? I don't see anything in chat.
The Joker of SoCal.
What?
Oh yeah.
Joker, SoCal?
Yeah.
We haven't seen him.
Yeah, he's one of my friends.
Oh, right on. Maybe we just were all focused and weren't looking at the.
No,
we would.
We would have seen. We would have seen it.
It prompts on our screen.
Yeah.
Well, real quick, I'm gonna.
Well.
Test it.
Joker, thank you.
Yeah.
Insomnia Night is always around. We love you, Insomnia.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
I can't test the raid from here. I can just test a follow. That's a bummer. The test widgets don't let me test raid.
Well, just test
You should
follow.
in Streamlabs, the
Yeah.
Streamlabs Club bot. It should let you.
I'm only seeing. And I guess I can do it in. No.
What a cliffhanger.
Well, even if you
Yeah.
got follows too, it would have popped up for them to see as well.
Yeah, I'll do that one and see if it does it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Rusty Tonics.
Rusty was here.
Yeah, Rusty was here.
Nice. All right.
Oh, you know what's interesting? Wait,
Mhm.
do that again.
Okay.
Do it again.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, I'm watching the stream.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay, never mind. I missed it on this, and I only saw it on. It's not showing on.
No, I saw it.
Okay, yeah, okay. Anyway,
Yeah, it does show down.
We'll have to. I'm gonna make a note, Stormy. We're gonna. During
I mean,
our
I
meeting on Wednesday.
don't really know
Or
what we can
skeleton
do. I
back
don't
in.
think it didn't happen. I think we just maybe didn't see it.
No, the thing is the screen that we watch you on,
Mhm.
we would have seen it.
yeah, there's no way.
There's no way we would have missed it.
Yeah.
Strange. Well,
Yeah, because
Anyway,
this screen captures that over there, or
Yeah.
vice versa. So the times I've noticed raids, it's because it's popped up in this here.
Aries. I was like, what are you talking about? This is Stormy's. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. What a cliffhanger. Did we have a mod in chat that we could shout out the Joker, Cal? Shout out Joker. I'll do it.
thank you.
Let's
Yeah,
see.
yes.
Druid, you have the mod powers, you know that, right?
Yeah, I know. She forgets.
Well, I was seeing if anybody shouted him out earlier.
Just us normies.
Normies. So we got some choices here, folks. We got Fusca,
Yeah.
the Liching Hour,
Yeah.
D20 Deathmatch, Great Padinsky, Hal Productions. Who's that? I can't quite read that.
Wild Witch RP.
Wild Witch RP. Those are all doing D&D. What sounds good to you guys?
I kind of. So the thing is, it's one of those things where I'm like, I kind of want to just keep raiding first because we know them, or Halmal, but
Yeah,
we know them.
we did Halmal last week.
Yeah.
The Liching Hour, they like to come hang out in Insomnia nights, so I'm cool.
Oh, then let's do the Liching Hour. Let's do
Yeah,
that.
okay, that's a good idea.
I
All
don't know
right,
what it
we're
is,
gonna do
but
Liching
hell
Hour.
yeah.
Insomnia night.
Oh.
What about Insomnia? He's on?
No, I was gonna say Insomnia night.
Oh.
Prepare
Yeah,
them.
he unfortunately we're getting off before he gets started, so otherwise I would
That's it.
so totally raid into him immediately.
Yes, sir.
Guys, folks, amazing, all of our Twitch friends, wonderful, wonderful
We love you.
Knights of Stormkeep. We appreciate you and adore you. Even with the Yannis over here. So
Yeah, I know. I
yeah. So thanks, guys, for staying a little bit late with us tonight.
Appreciate y'all.
We appreciate you all. We're
Especially
going to go ahead
Aries.
and raid out. Please stick around so we can brighten someone's night and help support the channel. We appreciate you all so much.
Yes, these are friends of Insomnia Nights. A friend of Insomnia Nights is a friend of ours.
For all our YouTube folks, please like, subscribe, and comment below. Tell us what you think is going on with the giant army of jade skeletons. And we appreciate you. Have
I
a
know, I
great
have my
evening. We'll see
Peace.
you next time. Let's raid out.
Thanks for hanging
Don't
out.
forget to
Darkside
come
Studios.
over to Fate stream tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're playing Diablo 4.
Playing some more season 1.
Heck yeah.
I will be a ominous voice.
Right on.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Starting to raid now. What else did we have with our outro? Was that most of it?
Ominous voices.
All right, we're ready to raid now. So, ending stream.
Philip loves
bye.
you.
Goodbye.